Yo, what's up, guys? Happy Monday. Mr. Ross, Mr. Sig, CDX, Snack. I hope you guys are doing well. I leave you guys to the decision of which job you may want to see. I was like undecided. I wanted to do Palace, but I really wasn't sure which one I wanted to do. So let me get YouTube up. I'll let the poll run. We did it like for 10 minutes, so I'll just let it finish and then we'll go from there. So we'll set it up today and then whatever that job is, and then we'll go for the clear next week. Is the gist of it. All three. I mean, I'm not necessarily against like doing them all like eventually. That can happen. We can like if there's definitely a clear second and whatever, we can do them eventually. Not a bad excuse to run the job that I hate the most, which is a monk. Samurai would be fun, but I haven't done Samurai in a long time. And then Astro is usually the favorite. I haven't looked at the results yet though. But what's up, Star the Fox? How you doing? It's good to see you guys. Had a good weekend. Oh, let me get my watch on. So we can have my fake heart monitor on. I still need to look up how to make this possibly more accurate, because I'm not too happy with the accuracy. I mean, it seemed actually when we were doing Godfather, it seemed like it was kind of on par, but I wasn't happy on Behemoth. Behemoth, I know I usually go much higher with the heart rate, and it just didn't move. and we had a false start, so it should have been better than what it was, but do I have BGM on? Oh, now it's off. Okay. Alright. I shall wait for this poll to finish and then we shall begin. I guess we'll clear out the White Mage one. Check my potions while I'm chilling. We're gonna leave the other song on for now, because why not? It's good music, up until it starts playing like Xanarkin or something. No, I don't have Xanarkin here. If it plays like the Sanctuary of Zetai, then I have to like maybe consider just like changing the song. Maybe we get lucky and we get a Velvet song. That'll make life a lot easier. What is it, pray tell? Okay, it's Wings of the Goddess, I'll take it. Alright, poll should be finishing in like, I don't know, 2 minutes, I guess? I'll chill here, vibe. And then I'll change the titles on YouTube and Twitch. I like the song a lot. Good afternoon, Thunder. How you doing? Yo, what up, Miss Velvet? Good afternoon. Good evening. Velvet, I think I've decided your 13 rendition is probably my favorite of all the songs that I've gotten from you. It played earlier too. Yeah, that's I think by far my favorite. I'm doing well. Busy. Well, I'm always busy. But been regrinding Path of Exile after we died on Saturday. Almost back to where we were. Kind of. It's still gonna take me like, I don't know, a week so to get back to where we were. A couple days, but wiped on. No! Sorry to hear, Zippo. Do you know what the problem was? We have a poll at the top of chat, by the way, guys. It's almost ending. You want to see whatever job you want to see. I'll do the one that is obviously the clear favorite, and then I'll maybe consider the second one. You know what happened on your Machinist run? Damn. Was it like just a missed burst? Drop Lust, drop Strength, full start? Flip GCD? Alright, what's the results? What'd you guys pick? You really picked Monk? Why'd you tie in Samurai and Astro? Seriously. I'm surprised. I really thought you guys were gonna pick Astro. I gave you the opportunity, and you squandered it. Jeez. Why did you pick Monk? See, I decided to also make it so that you couldn't put channel points in, which was intentional. The good job? What do you mean I hate this job? Well, chat knows I hate this job. No, I didn't because I gave up at 190. Well, I didn't give up. I did it. I got it to 193, and then I just didn't want to do it again because I didn't want to play the job again. That was the gist of it. I did it in Heaven on High a couple times, but I did not care for that. I did not care for this job, and I still don't care for this job. All right. Yo, what up, Cog? You were playing this yesterday, so don't give me that crap.
What game is this? I'm unfamiliar.
Did I not play that? Wait, oh, did I close my... Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I got too used to Path that I closed my playlist. That's weird. Could have seen me sweat. Oh, well, maybe we'll do Astro next time. But actually, I'd have to put the vote up to Samurai and Astro now, so... Thank you for the 22. That's my lucky number. I don't like this job. I don't like this job. I'm doing well. Hey, Thurin, how you doing? I can do a poll. Just tell me exactly what I want. No, we have to do it like in 2 weeks or something when I come back to this. I feel like Monk is the easiest melee now. You think it's like the easiest melee? Explain yourself, Nemo. Why do you think it's the easiest melee? I appreciate you, Miss Velvet. I hit the wrong button. I didn't hit any remotely close correctly buttons. Is that the bad one? It's basically just push what lights are up and... Oh, you mean like actually playing the job? Oh, that doesn't make it easy though. At least not in the context of Deep Dungeon, but I see what you mean. I mean, in terms of like hitting the buttons, that's fair. But I think within the context of this content, I think it's not easy. I mean, yeah, Viper would be there too. Oh, you meant in general? That's fair. Well, the thing is, I dislike Monk under 90. Hey, Caroline. I don't like Monk under 90. Like, when I played Monk... Well, actually, let's say under 80. When I played Monk in, like, one dungeon, which was, the one in Endwalker, I actually started to like it. But it made more sense in that content. In Deep Dungeon, it just makes the least amount of sense. I think I still didn't like it in, like, EO either. I just didn't like it in any Deep Dungeon whatsoever. I do like the change that it has though with the buttons lighting up. Like I actually do like that a bit, but how did I not hit that trap the 5 times I stepped over it? I'm finally getting to do Sage Justice and breaking the curse. Nice. Curse being me reading sustaining potions and getting into crowd control, frog trap while having a whole floor on me. I mean, Thurin, you're such a good player though. Stuff like that's not gonna last very long. Where's my feint? Oh, it's on my easiest button to hit. Oh, that's stupid. I'm dumb. Okay, it's okay. It's basically... Oh, I read it. Because Viper is easier than Monk in here to play. Yeah, I would say so. In terms of like button pressing, Viper would be easier at 60. Yeah, I would agree with that. Like the characteristic I gave with Viper, like the only positive I would give to Viper was that I could spend more time strategizing than like actually having to worry about the job. Because there wasn't much to do with the job to begin with, so what else am I gonna do with my brain capacity? Just like, you know, contemplate my decisions on like what palms am I using and what's my next pull. I mean, it's like I need to think of something, so I may as well think of that. He just spawned. Like it used to highlight both Bootshine and Drag Kick each time for the stance. Now it only highlights. Yeah. I remember that from Heaven on High when I did Heaven on High. And Heaven on High, actually, I kind of liked Monk in Heaven on High, and the only reason I did was because of the new Riddle of Earth. That's it. Because the new Riddle of Earth opened some doors for Monk to do some pulls, which is really nice. What is the UI they added? Haven't touched Monk since 6.3. Basically, it just tells you what button to hit in order. That's the gist of it, I think. Oh. No, the one that's on there, it's still... I think it's still the Endwalker stuff with the combo. Maybe that's all that's in it too. I don't know what that other... I honestly have no idea what the other UI is. I couldn't explain it correctly to make it understandable. I just hit buttons that light up and then we're good. I think it just gives you a guideline of what combo to hit in what order. Go this way. It was because I wasn't using potion that I was farming for DPS runs, but now it's the main focus. So I won't starve it to death. Gotcha. You have like 4 buttons on Viper total. Yeah, that hotbar was pretty interesting for oh, that's a wrong button. Pretty interesting for Viper. Like I thought what do you call it? I thought oh my god, my brain can't work right now. I thought Reaper was like the one that had such a naked hotbar, and then you look at Viper and like, oh yeah, it's even worse. Yo, what up, Kieran? It's my EU friendly Monday streams. Yo, what up, Henry? How much different is Black Mage and PoTD now? So Black Mage, I think the biggest differences you have is that you don't have Thundercloud anymore per se, and Thundercloud was a big strategy before that you would just abuse, well not really abuse, but you would take advantage of Thundercloud. Because that's a lot of damage, and now it triggers on your rotation, so every time you swap stances, the Thundercloud would be available, but it doesn't do as much damage as Thundercloud, so it's just something that you just hit on the run. You want to do it, but you're not relying on it as your major damage. Now, your plus sides is now you have Umbral Soul, which used to be 70 plus, and now it's like 32 or something like that, 34. That's a big one. And you have Umbral Ice that freezes your stance, which is massive for Lust. So if you're gonna go into Lust, you just hop into Blizzard, you hit Umbral Soul, you freeze your stance, and then you could do like super fast Lusts, which is a very nice quality of life. And I think that's the gist of it. It technically, I would say technically Black Mage is like maybe slightly harder now than it was before. It's like it gained something to lose something kind of thing. And I would say what it gained... yeah, I personally would say what it gained wasn't as good as what it lost. I think if I had to pick between Umbral Soul and Freeze versus Thundercloud, I think I would have kept Thundercloud if I had to pick between the two, because Thundercloud was pretty good for kiting. Now, the plus side of like Umbral Soul and all that stuff is that you do have a better opener. You could always open with fire if you weren't doing that already, because you never have to worry about losing your stacks, because before, basically every time you finish the pull, you would have to swap out Transpose because you couldn't maintain your stacks, and then you would have to open with either a very long casting Fire 3 or like do what I did and start with Blizzard. So that's a much better quality of life now, but I still think the lack of Thundercloud was a big deal, because you don't have much mobility, mobile casting on Black Mage and Palace. Like you can get to Firestarter, which you should be doing, but you're just basically looking at Thunder kind of like being like whatever. So I think I use Sleep way more now than I did before on Black Mage and Palace, because I need time to just survive, essentially. I didn't really do that much before. I wish Reaper had more buttons in here. It's strong, but so boring. You know, it's funny with Reaper, Thunder. I think there are certain characteristics to a job that whatever it might look on paper, I think depending on what it actually can pull off in the content, kind of overplays whatever it is on paper. So for me, Reaper, as much as it has a lack of buttons, as much as I understand how you feel like it's boring, completely get it. To me, the fact that it's a powerhouse in here, that it's probably the strongest melee in Deep Dungeon, and not to mention your 30-second shielding and your gap and your jump back and gap closer are available. The kiting is exceptional. The entirety of the gameplay is a lot more fun, and it overshadows the fact that it has, like, you know, not that many buttons to hit. Because you can do a lot with Reaper. The survivability is fantastic on that job. So I give it a pass on that simply because of those attributes. I mean, Godfather becomes so much more manageable compared to the other melee, because you can shield every single tank buster, which you can't do on the other melee. I mean, I guess you can third eye every single tank buster if you really wanted to, if you want to count that as a thing, but it's certainly not the same as being able to just shield them every single time. Reaper can kill Floods. Reaper was the only melee that I am comfortable doing where I can kill an ape without steel. I gave it a shot in like 1 or 2 other melee, and I did not want to do it again. Maybe like Monk would be passable if I had full burst, but I'm not interested. I gotta update the title too, hold on. Or maybe I keep it in question marks so people have to come in and see what the hell we're doing. I'll adjust the title. But it is good to see everyone, by the way, and Wallen as well. Good to see you, dude. Happy Monday. Hope everyone's been having a good time in their January. 1 month already down for the year. I've made it to the leaderboards in Path of Exile. However, I died at 92. I have another character that I'm working on, so I'm trying to hopefully secure myself in that leaderboard. But that's been my week last week, aside from doing the Paladin clear. Am I brave enough to try Floods on any job, not gonna lie? Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't have to do it. You know, I would say it's definitely a desperation thing. I mean, a lot of times I did it just to showcase stuff, that's all. I forgot how kind of strong it is. Okay. That is crazy that January's already gone. That's right. It is pretty crazy that January's already gone. GDQ was 3 weeks ago. Or 2 weeks ago. Forgot. Alright, let me update the titles here. Caroline says, big incentive. I fanted the cat girl, and I fanted back to Aura I'll fanta back to Aura when I get my Black Mage clear. That's an interesting incentive. If I was so bold to consider doing something like that, to like tell myself like I need to get off this class, I need to get off this this race because I didn't like it, so let's just, like, you know, change myself and then force myself to look at my unfamiliar character until I clear. Not a bad way to do it. Should have fanted to Lala for Black Mage power. Ugh, I'm not gonna get Black Mage power. I'm not even gonna clear. I don't know how it is playing from the floor. From the perspective of, like, the literal floor, I don't know how to play like that. It's amazing. No, I'm good, dude. You all had one opportunity to make me into a Lalafell and you failed, so that's on you, that's not on me. One chance. Really? I literally paid money for that and didn't get it. Yeah, but someone else paid more money, so it's just how it goes. So, Zippo, you do remember correctly. There was one time in this timeline that I did glow Lalafell because I don't remember why I did it. Why did I do it? I did it because I think I was like, it was still within the practice of GDQ. So I guess I wanted to just see how it felt to be Lalafell so I can prepare for like, which I thought was going to be the inevitable winner. So I decided to like do a run as Lalafell. I changed one of my alts to Lalafell, but I think I changed it back, so. But yeah, I did do it for like a run. And I was cursing the entire time. We picked like the worst voice and everything. It was fantastic. For some reason, people voted. Yeah, I was actually surprised that Vieira was. I mean, I know Chila was going like big on Vieira, but I was kind of surprised that those two were neck and neck between each other. It was the free Fanta. I'm not that foolish. Wait, which free Fanta? Because I mean, we've had a couple so far, right? We had a couple free Fantas nowadays. What do we have? 3 now? We have 3. It's like, if you played since ARR, you have 3 free Fantas, or is it 4? I mean, I think it's 3. The very first one. Okay. Hit the wrong button. Clunk! It even sounds like you hit the wrong button. Oh, I got a funny story to tell you guys. I was playing yesterday, last night. I was playing BG3 with my girlfriend. We've been going through it. I would say, I mean, in my terms of definition, I would say we've been going pretty slowly, but not in a bad way. I mean, we're enjoying it, whatever. We get to Act 3, and she's trying to romance Asterion. And she gives me like this, like, she gives me like a very dissatisfied sound. I'm like, what happened? She's like, I think I fucked something up. I'm like, what happened? Like, what went on? Like, I think she basically just failed to do something in Act 2 to like get Asterion to further the relationship. Because I think what she told me was she just basically rejected her, and I'm like, oh, that's not good. So I started looking up stuff, right? And we apparently, like, to kind of keep it slightly vague, we completely missed the whole section because we didn't know that we were supposed to do it. So I'm like, okay, look, we have like a million autosaves. We can bring it back and just like start back to where we were to get this going. And so, like, long story short, we brought the playthrough back 20 hours back to get this done. And I don't mind. I'm fine with this, but it was very interesting. we had to rewind 20 hours. It was crazy. But I also said, like, and she was like feeling bad about it. She's like, no, we should just keep going. I'm like, look, this is what we can do. We can bring the game down to like easy as frick mode, like everything easy, and just climb our way back to where we were, and then we'll bring it back to balanced. And then we agreed. Apparently the Asterion thing was very difficult, and I'm looking through it, I'm like, what? Okay, this is actually crazy. How the heck are we supposed to do this without looking up anything? She was trying to look up stuff, I was not, but... You have at least 2 free Caroline. I think there's 3 total minimum, because you get one Fantasia from the beginning of the game, I believe. You got 1 if you played in Heaven's Ward, because that's when they included Aura. And then you get the 1 in this expansion with the quest that you need to do for it. I had similar. Hey, Ram. Played with girlfriend. A bunch of let's go back and redo that. She went after. But we just like. I just felt so bad because it's like, in the natural progression of the way that we were playing the game, we would never have had this happen unless we knew that we were supposed to do this. And like, I was frustrated. I'm like, how the heck would we have done this correctly? What? I mean, even if we were kind of paying, like, you know, I would say, like, 70% paying attention to lore. So, but still, I mean, it's like the JRPG completionist in me. It's like, why would I go to this one place in this order as opposed to doing it, like, kind of chronologically? It doesn't make any sense to me, so... But we basically, there was like 2 important things that we had to do. One was a main one, which was theoretically the quote-unquote easier one, and the second one was like the backup plan, and we triggered none of them. So it was like really frustrating. And then if you don't do any of them, you go into Act 3. You just fail the whole you just fail the whole romancing thing. It's just done. Like there is no recovery. So other than bringing back the autosave 20 hours. Any finish I gave him, my choice would have been Shadow. I'm running Shadowheart. And I can tell you that Shadowheart, at least from the looks of it, is a lot easier than Asterion, that's for sure. I don't want to talk about who I romance in BG3. Is it Caroline? Was it this one? See, I don't even have to say the word. Was it this one? Did you do that one? You can just nod. You can blink twice if you want to. Tell me if it's this one. You know, it's okay. I don't judge. It's fine. No judgment, dude. Funny enough, my girlfriend wants to kind of do that as well. She wants to just see how that whole scene goes out. Because I don't think it affects the other relationships. So she's like, yeah, I'll do it. I'm like, okay. You do you. You go have this thing and have fun. I'll steal because I'm lazy. I'll lust because I'm also lazy. Alright, let's go. Building it or not, I also saw that scene. Yeah, I'm interested to see the scene. It's just I'm not doing it on my you know character, but you know at least I get to see it somehow. Hit the wrong button, dude. I just have to hit the button that's lit up, and I can't even do that. Go here. Oh, am I doing the right combo? I think I need to do the other one. Alrighty. No ad. We can go right into the next floor. I think I can make it before the ads come in. As long as it's not that slow. I'm currently liking my playlist. My playlist is going through a very nice variety of songs right now, instead of sticking to one game. Oh, you got me. Okay, that's a nice quick floor. I hope anyone who's playing Rebirth is having a good time. I'll give you guys maybe 2 months before I start like being less caring about spoilers. I'm still kind of caring about like just saying too much because there's a lot to that game. Maybe go like 2 months. Like 16, I become a little bit more open about like just talking about the game since that game's now out on PC. I'll give it the same respect with Rebirth because there's a lot I could talk about Rebirth, but I don't want to spoil too much. There's still I'll still say this. There's still one thing I'm very interested about, but I'm not gonna be specific about it until like either I play it myself or like maybe the 2 months come up. But there's one thing I'm very curious about in the PC version specifically. 2 months? Yeah, about 2 months I'd say. Enough time for people to play it. I mean, I took nearly 200 hours, so I mean, you know. For the last time girlfriend killed me, I had that opener plan in my head. I take the tank buster. Oh, for the last time Godfather killed me, dude, I'm on GF, I'm like girlfriend. I take the tank buster, bait the sap, and then place the boss at the first blue bomb, lust, and get them both. Do you see what was wrong with that plan? Hold on. I want to see what's wrong with that plan. Take the tank buster. Bait the sap. Then place the boss at the first blue bomb. Lust and get them both. Tank buster. Bait the sap. Place the boss. There's two problems I could see, depending. First, maybe you did it at the wrong bomb. Second, the bomb... You didn't have enough time to kill the bomb because it was too late. Because if you take the tank buster, then bait the sap. Wait, take the buster, then bait the sap. By the time the sap goes off, then the bomb is probably already starting its hypothermic combustion. So it's either that or trying to position the boss was bad, and you're more focused in on doing that, and you got clipped by the small bombs. Because the timing is pretty tight with that. A lot of times, if I don't get it at the start, then I kind of just give up. Yo, Phaedra, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate your support. Also, is that a YouTube chat limit? God damn it, dude. The two downsides to YouTube chat. Chat limit, emotes suck. So does the moderation. Maybe explained it badly. Maybe? Did I at least get one explanation? Did I get at least one thing correctly? Is the music volume lower than usual? Probably. Here, I'll fix it. Thank you for saying something. Which one is it? I have a different setup at the moment, so if it's a little bit lower, then I could totally bring it up. How's that? Is that better? Honestly, I want it louder in my ear too. We were experimenting with some, what's up, Barman? We were experimenting with some sound changes last time, during PoE. But PoE is different because I'm not using my usual playlist. Yes? No, thank you! Thank you for saying something. I have this sound set up, where I can totally hear something completely different from you guys. And it'll be at my volume, and then whatever you guys are hearing is different, so... Essentially, I can set it to what's likable for you guys. And I can listen to it as loud or as soft as I want to. So you gotta give me that feedback on what it sounds like. It sounds like doing the blue bomb lust, which I think is too risky to do if you're unpracticed. I was too late for the bomb, yes, but most importantly, I wasn't ready because of the flaw in the plan. Let me, you know what? Hold on. I want to type this out. Actually, I'm gonna copy paste it into Twitch. Okay, that's what Caroline said. I take the tank buster, bait the sap, and then place the boss at the first blue bomb. Lust and get them both. I mean, I think it's either. I think to me, like thinking it playing out in my head, it's like it's either you become too late for it, like the hypothermia is already coming out. At least that's how I'm interpreting it. Like the hypothermia is already happening, so having to replant the boss after a sap to get him in position causes an issue because you probably don't even finish it in time. And then number two, you probably just got clipped by a small bomb. What the bots opens with? So we're starting, like, so are we talking, like... No, you said opener. No, you literally said opener. So opener is auto tank buster, add, sap. Was your HP just too low? Did you just get obliterated because there was just too much damage? Couldn't heal? I think it's a high risk, low reward for DPS. Yeah, I think it is too, Russ. I got so used to the strategy though, so... Oh, when I did it on Machinist, I had to bail because I screwed it up as well. I think it's on the guide. One of the guides has it where I just completely botched the whole thing. Yeah, did you just take too much damage, Caroline? I remember one of my Black Mage runs, I got obliterated, I think, on that tank buster. Because I just didn't heal properly. I think I did the Lust Opener and then I hopped out and just got trucked by a crit. Very early. And then I got trucked again because I just didn't prepare myself correctly. Remember seeing that VOD? Yeah. It was a great example of what not to do, essentially. If you crits enough in the beginning, you have to leave no matter what. Yep. Yeah, you can't recover that much. It feels like a tank and healer thing to be consistent. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that was the first time I saw it where I think I just got literally crit too much. It was like the worst case scenario. I was expecting a tank buster, then sap, then bomb. There wasn't a sap. Oh, you were expecting a tank buster, then sap, then bomb. Oh, I see. It was the order... okay, I get it. You're talking about the... So I was kind of answering it, but not exactly interpreting it. Yeah, so the order in which you're doing it was not the correct order of how you're interpreting it. Because, yeah, the order would be... On the opener, it would be... Whoops. It would be... God damn it. Auto tank buster, bomb comes out. And that's when, like, if you do the Lust Opener like that, you can sneak in 2 hits because the sap comes out after the 2 hits, and then the little bombs come out. So if you were thinking, like, the moment what'd you say? That the sap was gonna come first before the bomb, yeah, that can completely throw it completely off. And especially when you're going with a delicate plan, yeah, I can see that having... just going south very quickly. I think we got on the same page, Caroline. I think we got there. What's up, Black Star? Something just spawned, didn't it? Yep. Good thing I got out of there. You're probably gonna aggro, aren't you? Yeah, you're a little too close. I want more buttons on Monk. I feel like I don't do anything on this job. I managed to do that on my previous run. I remember from my Machinist run, I didn't have to care about that. Yeah, Machinist just kind of goes burr, so... Oh, no items. Uh-oh. Taking a break from treasure maps. Nice. Are you going for the luckiest lady? Can I pull something? Thank you. I got a weird one. Sometimes Korrigans show up in my battle log kills, sometimes they don't. Maybe it's a fault of Dot. Is it like a difference between like killing it with a rage and killing it without a rage? Because if they do proper self-terminate, they don't show up. Oh really? Interesting. I don't look at a battle log, so I couldn't tell you. That's not something I would have noticed at all. So dude, I couldn't even hit the combo. Speaking of luck, are you talking? Am I taking the Jade? Am I gambling? Oh, I'm gambling. I mean, the fact that it's only like 50 less, I'll just gamble. Cheers. Like, if it was a decision between like 100 Jade and then like 0, then I'll probably pick 100, because at least you get something out of it. But I mean, what's it like? How many entries is it? Like 10 entries for Honkai? So if you're going 50, you get 500. Otherwise, you go 1,000. I mean, a difference of 500 makes it's like minimum amount of difference to me. So I'll just go for the Gamba. I think if there was bigger risk, I would go for the Jade instead. But there isn't much of a risk, so. Which one did you go for, Wallen? like in my eyes, I think it's silly to just go for the 100. I mean, if 500 is going to be a deal breaker, then I mean, go for it. But I can't imagine it being a deal breaker. Gambled. Makes the most sense to me. If the difference was like, I would say if the difference was like 2,000 Jade, like if you went with the guaranteed and you got 2,000 more than the Gamba, I think that would be worth it. But like a 500 difference, that's like a week's worth of dailies. That's not that much for a chance of getting the big prize.
Hey, nice to catch you streaming. Hope you are having a nice stream. Angelus hey. Mimic Bongo Animate Angelus Gem Animate.
You're the 14 months, I appreciate you. You know what? I'm having a nice stream so far. It's always nice to get to the 14th stream, you know, on this hour. It's a good time slot, I like it. I like that we're maintaining it. It's great. I always have a good time. Hey, it's Quan! How many regen pots should I have for a Reaper run? And thank you for the follow. I would recommend like maybe a minimum of like 250 to 300. Maybe 300 for melee. And that's starting at like floor 1. Mathematically speaking, you would need probably about 200 going into a floor set. To at least make sure that you're never gonna run out. I think probably realistically, if you walk into a floor set with like 150, you should be fine. But that's only like a set of 10 floors in the higher floors. Now, starting at about 250, 300 at floor 1, you'll presumably pick up a whole bunch of potsherds, and that also assumes that you're going for bronze chests on your climb up. So you should get a lot on your way up. And then you'll have a decent stock by the time you get into the higher floors. Now, if you're consistently in like 181, 191, that's when it could get a little annoying, because you will start going negative on your potsherds, just because you have to use a lot in those floors. Like if you're progging for the first time, even if you like start wiping on, let's say, like 160, you'll probably still be net positive on potions. So, is it easier time on than Warrior? I was struggling a bit with time on Warrior. Is it easier? Easier is subjective in this case. I mean, you're being challenged in two different ways. Warrior will challenge you with the DPS issue, and with time, like you're experiencing, but you're certainly not going to die to anything. I would say it has the heart of Behemoth between the two of them. But I would argue that Godfather is the easier Godfather than Reaper. Although Reaper Godfather is pretty good compared to like the other melee. Now, the problem that you're going to run into for melee and for Reaper in general is the enemies on the floors are really going to be challenging. Like, you really have to consider kiting, you really have to be really good with your bloodbath and defensive, so you're looking at a different challenge, if that makes sense. But I certainly can't necessarily say objectively one is going to be easier than the other, because that's just impossible. They all bring different things to the table. It's just depending on what challenge you want to go for and what one to use sounds more appealing to do. I mean, I've seen many people steer away from tanks simply because, one, it's boring, but two, because of the time issue. But then you have people who are still who will steer into tanks because it's comfy, and you don't have to worry about enemies, you know, killing you essentially, which is a problem you'll have with Reaper. Yo, XL, how you doing? Monk was picked by the chat. Chat had a choice between Samurai, Astra, and Monk. They picked Monk, which was surprising to me. So we're doing Monk. Chat failed. You had one chance, and you blew it. You blew the Lalafell, and now you blew the Astro. Now you have to wait at least 2 weeks for probably Astro. You type a reminder on Silver's kill. I do something similar with the boss kill times. You can type it. Okay. Really? I didn't have enough punch to it. It didn't have enough punch to it. Yes, I'll be here all day, guys. If you want more damage, you could try Gunbreaker. That's true. You know what? That is true. Gunbreaker does bring a lot of damage to the table, I would say overall. Now, my problem with Gunbreaker, I did kind of feel bored with Gunbreaker. But, it certainly brings good damage to the table, that's for sure. On high floors, Reaper works great with a 2-to-1 easy to hard mob ratio. Easy being not requiring bloodbath. Chad wants to see me suffer? No, that's why they picked Monk. If they wanted to see me suffer, they could have picked Astro. I mean, I'm gonna suffer on Monk. I mean, again, I was saying this before, chat knows that I hate Monk, so... I just realized my HP is 7777. It is a jackpot indeed. Out of curiosity, still recommended to keep food up for Dancer. I didn't make the heal check when I tried. Generally speaking, yes, the food, keeping the food on is not really a problem anymore. But I have personally had a situation where dropping food would have saved my run. So I think having it in the back of your head as a backup plan is not a bad idea. But I would say more times than not, you should be fine without having to manipulate food. Astro's a walk in the park, says Koo. What's up, Koo? This one can at least make it to 190. This one can at least make it to 191. What are you talking about? That should be fine in Godfather. Godfather really shouldn't be a problem. Monk was the first class that I think I tried to do Godfather on as a melee. And it took me 11 minutes with how terrified I was. We definitely tightened that up a lot, but I don't think I'm worried about Monk. Hey Zink, how you doing? Happy Monday. Fraggy, thank you for the 36. 3 years.
Angelus Germanimate Angelus notes.
3 years of spamming my emotes and other emotes as well. I appreciate you, dude. So boring. Hey Emily. I died on 195 on Machinist yesterday. I can't imagine doing this on Monk. It's okay, that's why I'm doing it. No worries. So you can see how this looks. And then you can decide if that's up for you, if that's up your alley. No cursed Astro run. Twitch chat failed. I gave Twitch chat a chance to pick Astro and they picked Monk, so you guys can blame Twitch chat. Removing food buffs saved me twice against Behemoth, says Caroline. And I think that was during your Black Mage run, Caroline, so... Yeah, my Black Mage run, I would have saved the run if I had removed food, so I was in that same category. Doing alright, I feel lucky that I felt lucky that I had a break in importance today to tune in for a bit. How's Monk feeling here lately? Trash. I never liked Monk, so you're just gonna hear negativity out of me. I mean, it's fine, it's just I don't want to really play this job, so... Really? I still need to find something else? You would have found out, but chat picked Monk instead, yep. Nope. I held a Heaven on High blind clear run on PF yesterday, and we won. Hey! Congratulations on the team! Did you do it in one seating? I guess it was probably one go, huh? How the hell do you kill How the hell do you kill the mobs? Look at mobs in enough time on healer? It's a lot... Well, on Astrop in particular, you're talking about a lot of AoE killing. It's actually you'll be surprised if you ever watch a White Mage and a Sage, because White Mage and Sage do pretty good damage in here, but there's a little bit more to it. It's a little bit of the kind of expertise on how to manage your Pomanders and stuff that come into play. So that's basically what it comes down to. It's just you're being like really efficient with how you're managing your Pomanders. I mean, take this as a consideration. Hey, it's Quan. We have our buddy Aurora Moon, who goes on Sundays in the afternoon around this time, and he's been doing class runs on Palace of the Dead. And he's finished on Conjure, he's finished on Thaumaturge, and he's currently working on Rogue. So if you think you're wondering how the hell Healers are doing it, well, think about the classes. How the hell are they doing it? But it comes down, like, you know, when you talk about, I would say, games like this, roguelikes like this, you have, like, kind of multiple avenues on how to get better at the game mode. You're looking at just general gameplay of how good you can play the job. I would say that's the most basic of everything. And then you're looking at, like, how to manage a deep dungeon in general, you know? How to manage your Pomanders, how to maximize your kill efficiency, how to handle the bosses. Those are things that 100% come into play. And I would definitely argue, like, especially something like Eureka Orthos, the third deep dungeon, I could not... It took me a while to figure out how to play jobs. So I got carried by my deep dungeon knowledge 100%. Because I knew how to handle everything else. It didn't matter if I played the job like crap. I just needed to make sure that I played deep dungeon well. And then we had success that way. So that's something to consider, you know? But that's what makes it kind of fun for me. Okay. And yes, your replay where Behemoth killed you helped you? Good, I'm glad. Yeah, because that was the first thing I think Velvet said, that I had to drop food. And I didn't take into consideration, but the problem is that I would have to have something on my hotbar to take out fruit already, because I can't just access my mouse to do it. It can't be a quick button, it needs to already be there, so... So far, you and Finn's tutorials helped me a lot. I reached Behemoth my first run this weekend, going for the second one today. Yo, let's go, dude. Tag team. Hey, thanks to Tier 1, I appreciate that. You gotta keep me posted now. That's your goal now. You gotta keep me posted on how you're doing, and any more questions you got, we'll definitely offer it. For me, it's not being greedy. I need to stop going after treasure rooms. I find Phaedra. Yeah, I think that's the other layer of it too. It's like literal decision making. You know, like, if you guys have seen a lot of my runs, you know that I very, very rarely go for intuitions. And my whole thought process there is basically, I think it's too risky for a run. because of the possibility of hitting a trap. But could I also just know the traps? I could also just know the traps. Yes, that's true. But I deem that a lower risk, where you'll see other runners, they just go for it because they want the money. And maybe they hit a trap, maybe they don't. And so that's just a microcosm of the decision making that you make. You know, not hugging a wall, using a palm here instead of there, making this decision on the pool. Like, those are things that all are decision making stuff. And that doesn't necessarily fall into the category of like the overarching deep dungeon knowledge. I mean, I think deep dungeon knowledge is everything, but palm usage and how to handle enemies is part of it. But also choosing on the spot to be like, I'm gonna fight this thing right now, or I'm gonna sit here for 60 seconds contemplating my life decisions. Like, all those come into play. And so once you tighten everything up, that's when maybe the efficiency and the consistency starts coming into play. You know, it's like one of the things I'll always love to argue about, in a sense, is how you'll have kind of the newer people argue that deep dungeon is all about luck. And to me, it's like, well, then talk to the people who can clear like 20 times in a row, whereas you have people who have spent like 3 years on it. Like, you know, I don't think it's a luck factor here. Like, you can get good at the content to be consistent. It's not necessarily about luck, you know? Like, you can take a singular run and say, oh man, you got lucky in that clear, but now if you clear like 5 times in a row, like, you can't argue that anymore. You know what I mean? You can't just get lucky 5 times in a row. I guess you can, but the sample size is getting a little too big. So you could get better in other departments to create consistency. I had a hard time using the exploding trap in mobs before dying in 178. Had a raise bomb, unfortunately. Those are rough. The landmine plays, I've been seeing a couple people have like feeling like it's a necessity to do and then botching it. It's a tough play. It's one that you have to get used to over time, but maybe I should do something on that. That seems to be a common thing to talk about. I'm gonna note this down. I still have a couple YouTube projects I should be doing, but I'm still stuck with PoE. But I wanna think about this one because I can totally set this up quickly. Landmine, play, discussion, game. Scala, how you doing? Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a bit. Would you ever consider making an updated warrior tank guide and palace guide? I find your machinist guide and Picto 1's incredibly helpful. So I haven't made a warrior guide. If anything, Finn has one. So if you really want to be like super like only warrior, then I definitely recommend Mr. Finn. Let me bring up his channel, and you can scour his channel. Hold on, because I don't have the link at hand, but at least you can look at his channel and he'll have it. It's probably one of his highest rated videos. So for like, I've done Warrior Heaven on High. Now, honestly, I'll be completely honest here, because Finn did a warrior guide. Did I just double that? Because he did a warrior guide in Palace, I honestly just don't want to touch it. Because it's like, I mean, he has one. I can just take another job. I mean, it takes such a long time for me to get these guides out. So, like, you know, go to him if you want warrior. Come to me if you want machinist and pictomancer. You know what I mean? Kind of the nice thing about this being a community is that people handle different aspects at a time. But I definitely recommend checking him out for that. Caroline says, I still feel my Black Mage Heaven on High clear was lucky, but there are those many tries before. The more experience you have, the less luck you need, while still terrible combinations of bad luck can end your run. Yeah, especially Heaven on High. Heaven on High can just tell you it's not today, because it's just Heaven on High. I'm doing. Just came back to the game after some life stuff. Okay, just timed out at 150 boss. 0.6 left. Oh no, damn. That's not bad for coming back. But cheers. Get to have you back. Yo, what up, Lindar? Long time no see. Reaper guide. You know, some people were talking about a Reaper guide. I do have my old one, which I feel like is still relevant back in Endwalker. But I can think about it. I mean, look, I take these suggestions to heart, and I also keep an eye. I keep an eye in the heartbeat of the community to see what's popular, what people are talking about, and you know, once you see some commonality, then maybe I start going into that direction. But Viper, Viper guy. Just run around, hit buttons. Hope for the best. Kite forever. What? Darabon, you still awake? Alright, let me hit an ad. I gotta hit an ad and we'll go in. Thank you guys for watching. Ads are going out and we'll continue to run. See you in a little bit. Mr. Darabon, good to see you. It's hopping. Monk, change my seat. Really? Whoa. Wow. So I let chat, Darabon, I let chat pick between Samurai, Monk, and Astro. And surprising to me, they picked Monk, so we are on Monk. I would have thought they would have picked Astro easy. But they didn't. It actually tied with Samurai. They didn't want to see the... What did I just hit? Strength? Gun? Did I double up on Strength by accident? I don't know what I hit. I did double up on Strength by accident. Oh well. That is surprising. I know, right? Can't blame me. I didn't make the choice. How do you feel about DT Monk? So, I did like it in Heaven on High, honestly. Specifically because of Riddle of Earth. I still don't like the job in general, though. I just don't like how it plays, but... It was kind of nice in Heaven on High. How did you find it when you did Monk? You always found Monk boring. I loved Monk in Shadowbringers. And they decimated it in Endwalker, in my opinion. It grew on me by 191. It's okay, we all make mistakes, it's no big deal. But I mean, you're different though. You can play the traps and everything. Like, it's a different experience for you. I gotta play this like a normie. Deleting mobs in 3 GCDs seems good enough. For Monk? I could do that in Reaper. I could do that in Samurai. I could do it faster in Ninja. Nope! Okay, that was really unnice of you. For any job. Yeah, it's a good song. I like the song a lot. No motif Picto. You do like those. Do you think a no motif Picto is easier or harder than Harp Orgly Reaper? From which floor should I start looking for bronzes and PoTD? 101. 101. Now, you can get to the bronzes that you see down here, but starting at 101, the drop rate for potsherds goes up exponentially. Like, here's a really, really good example. It's Quan. On average, I'll go through 1 to 100, getting like 3 to 4 potsherds, and 2 of them are guaranteed from killing 50 and 100. You pick up like 1 extra, because that's just the way it goes. You can go through 101 to 110, and on average, pick up 3 to 5. I've heard people get like 8 on 101 to 110 on those 10 floors only. So, that's a massive difference, you know? So the amount that you get starting at 101 is incredibly higher. But like I said, I mean, you know, don't necessarily just skip bronze chests. Now, from what I can remember from the Deep Dungeon mechanics, though, floors 1 to 3, the first to the third floors on the story floors, so that's floors 101, floors 1 to 100, you cannot get a potsherd from 1 to 3. So that's also one thing to note, that if you're gonna at least try to check bronze chests on the lower floors, probably don't do it until floor 4. Keep that in mind. Or if you want to keep it simple, Darabon just said it. Okay, Darabon said it in chat, so exactly what I mentioned in voice, Darabon just said it in chat, so there you go. So if anything, you know, you still don't want to pass on bronze chests, but I would say on the lower floors, you don't have to technically like go out of your way to get them. But in 101 plus, especially when you're a little low on the stock, I would try to go out of my way to get them. Personally speaking. Yeah, but you have instant Asuna, you can just erase it, you can just erase it, right? Easy peasy. Asuna, shield. Hope for the best. But you're not getting rid of the vulnerability, that's the only downside too. You can probably block the first shield, but you're gonna have the vulnerability on the second one. Was 4 to 9, then 14 to 19, 21 to so on. Is when you check bronze chest, you get to 101 where you check every single one. There you go. I don't have enough pots to start solo runs in PoTD, and no one does 61 plus. Well, Lindar, my recent guides that I put out for Machinist and Pictomancer, the ones for this expansion, I purposely started the run with 20 sustaining potions and no pot shards, and we ended at floor 200 with about 100 on each job. So something to also take into consideration. I mean, granted, like, you know, I'm playing with a lot of experience versus someone who's not, but just for the sake of demonstration, and just for the sake of like being like, hey, this is what the potshard situation is in Palace of the Dead compared to Heaven on High in EO. It's not as dire to actually go out of your way to farm them, outside of like actually just doing the run and just like kind of just you know, finding them on the way up, you know. I mean, you can get through on a DPS with enough experience. You can get through 1 to 100 with maybe like five sustaining potions used on the entire climb. You really only need it for like floor 90 and floor 100. That's about it. So you'll go net positive, and you can go through 1 to 50 without any sustaining potions. I got the majority of my potions soloing run as warrior. From one, yeah. Yeah, especially if you're going tank, though. Like, you don't even have to worry about it too much if you're going tank. Because you'll go net positive easily. If you go play stage and also have a good time without potions, yeah. Yeah. If you want to go healer. I do wonder, Ross, if the kind of newbie impression is don't do healer, or if it's a lot less, if it's a little bit more approachable. I know I'm not necessarily like dissuading people from healer at all, so I don't know what people are thinking at the moment about healer. You know what I mean? Yeah, but like I would imagine that like early it was totally like don't even think about healer until later. So I wonder if now it's like maybe what you exactly just said. Maybe it's not their first choice, but maybe it's their second choice. Maybe it's their third choice, which is not bad, as opposed to don't do it for Necromancer, you silly goose. You know. What are you thinking? The irony was that they could have probably cleared before red mage. Yep. Yeah. I still want that opportunity, Ross. I still want that opportunity. Hey, Yuzu, thanks. I appreciate it. Did a dark setup file over the weekend. 51 to 150, no sustain. I would say 100 is just the riskier one. That one just gets a little crazy. But if you're comfy, you're comfy. I guess we'll go this way. I done a funny goop today. I forgot I was on 48 and not 49. Luckily, I dumped all the flights, so I managed to keep the... Oh. The classic. The classic. I always think that's such a funny mistake, in my opinion. I like Abyssal Drain CS heal. I think I just played it really safe when I did it on Dark Knight. I guess I feel like you're really going for it and you're really trying for it, you probably can pull it off, you know, like you know, actually thinking about the strategy. I think when I did it, I was just going on autopilot, so I just did my normal shenanigans. Saved all my reso and lust for 100 problem solved. That too. That too. If you kind of go for the dump, yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, can't argue that. You'll take it, right, Thorin? Honest mistake, it happens to all of us. Pretty sure I did that recently. Get that later. I died after killing 90 because I was Walking Dead activated. As he died, I fell over before leaving. That wouldn't count, I think. Because I remember that was how it went for Dark Knight back in the day for Behemoth. When what do you call it? When Living Dead was still the old Living Dead. Like, the only way you get to Behemoth is actually not triggering Walking Dead. Or rather, not fixing Walking Dead. You just die after Behemoth. So it's either he dies first or you die after. Or you die first. Whoever dies first is the winner, is the loser. Emily says, once you've gotten all the pot trick goodies from the shop, spending on potions is much easier. You know, I haven't even gotten the goodies from the shop, I think. Like, none of them really interest me, so I didn't really get them. Did I miss? I did miss. Spend 0. I don't know why I was holding on to them in the OG day though, or maybe I just didn't get that many before sustaining potions showed up, or maybe I did get all the things and I just kept farming them. I don't know. I'm picky with mounts, Emily. I've had the same mount since Stormblood, which is Ozma. And I've never seen a mount from Stormblood till present day that I would want to use over Ozma. I'm very picky. I don't know what mount I used before though. Oh, no. It wouldn't have been PvP era. That's still too early. I don't know what mount I was using. Or, oh, maybe I was. Oh, I think the ADS mount existed back then. I think I got the ADS mount early on. Because there would have been one for like Secure and and Slaughter at the time, so that's probably the mount I would have been using. Yeah, that seems to check out. I probably use those. I think I bought the floating head mount and then potions. Ozma mount's the best mount. I like to match your mounts to your glams. Oh, that's pretty badass. Okay. Lander Waffle is pretty cool as well. Which one is Lander Waffle? Sorry, I said waffle. You said waffle. But what is the Lander Waffle? I use Shadow Wolf Ozma Arc and DTX2 mount for most. I got a very nice red, white, dark lamb that perfectly matches the Heaven on High horse. My favorite is the lion statue from the Shadowbringers hunt. Oh, that's a memorable one. I'm working on getting all tank POVs versus 180 and all tank 190, no blue bombs. Ooh, are you gonna like get it on like literal video and like kind of post it somewhere? The community loves devouring those things for sure, having just looks and everything. I hate that what is probably my favorite mount right now is from the cash shop, the Lotus. Which is the Lotus? Can you try to describe it to me in text? I was just collecting, even the mounts won't be used. Yeah, I don't collect in the game, so I'm very picky. When it's done, something to do on my alt, that something has tons of potions. Gotcha. I can basically post a... Oh yeah, do it in Discord, yeah. If you do it here, I gotta permit you, but if you do it in Discord, that's good. It's literally Oh! It's like the... Oh! Okay, that's a decent explanation for me to understand. Okay. Man. Okay. Yeah, like in the section of Heavensward into a little bit of Stormblood before Ozma came out, a lot of the mounts I used were all PvP mounts. because they were top 100 for Feast. So I'm like, oh yeah, I mean these are exclusive. Literally only 100 people in my server have them, so I'm just going to showcase these. Easy. I got Gloria when Feast was a thing. Oh yeah, the the one where you're standing on an airship with your arms folded. That one. I always thought that was a silly mount. Sentient? Okay, cool. Oh, the... Oh. So, wait, and so in... That's the Judy mount is also the... What'd you call it earlier? The Landerwolf is also... That's the other way they say it in another language. Hey, Sable. Sable on YouTube says, I cleared the 190 boss the other day! Exclamation point. Died on 191 to a Mimic though, with no steals and strengths and Von Picto. Thanks for the guide, but we'll be playing a Machinist next. Okay, good luck on Machinist. Yeah, that's rough. I mean, no steal is tough. No matter what job it is, especially even if the job is capable of pulling it off, it's still a tough ask. But hey, congratulations on that. Getting Godfather down is very, very good experience, you know, so... Do any of you guys like the Hildebrand quests? I'm doing it for relics, it's just so annoying, tiring, boring. I personally do not. So for me, it's not the type of humor that I typically like, so I kind of check out on Hildebrand. I understand that like people like it a lot, and they they think they think it's nice. Blender was the stupid and simple. Yeah, no, I completely respect that. I guess I do have like particular humor that I like, and that's not it. Is the best way I can put it. I don't know. It just doesn't hit me much. But the general storyline though, I kind of like the kind of the lore of like Hildebrand and everything. But I probably would do fine with just a summary. I hate that they blocked the relics with it, so now I'm having to do all the quests. Yeah, I mean, they did that in Stormblood, with Eureka, and then they did that in Shadowbringers with Boja, so it's kind of the theme that it is locked behind a bunch of things before you get to the relic. So you would kind of maybe assume in this expansion it's going to be maybe similar, that you have to do something in the game to get to that point. I didn't like Eureka and Boja for blocking. Maybe that's fake grinding too. Well, it's probably going to happen again for this expansion, because you should be getting the open world next patch, which probably starts the relic. So it's probably going to be attached to the open world again. But also, you're trying to also ask like which of the older things is it going to be linked to as well that you have to finish. Like for Stormblood, for Shadowbringers, you had to do the Evilist raids to get into Boja. Died on 191 gang. Killed him first attempt, but man, he hits hard. He hits very hard. But Godfather has no chill. He has some good jiggle mechanics, but he doesn't have any chill. I didn't hear for most of it. My bigger issue was the relics causing pure tomes. I would say, it's funny. I know like me and Ross had this kind of discussion in a way. So the justification for it was like, if you look at it the other direction about what you had to do in the other relics, you do dungeons, you do books, you do lights and everything. And technically speaking, in one way, you can argue that like, well, it would have been the same conclusion anyway. Like, instead of having to do actual things, that you had to do this very specific thing. you're instead using the currency that you would have gotten from those contents, and now it's just currency. So you have the open field of just doing whatever the hell you want, and then using those tomes for the relics. Now my thought was more like, well, I guess direction was nice. I guess being told like, hey, this is what you need to do for this would make it a little bit more exciting, and it did make it like just very I guess boring is the word. But I understand the other side of it in a way that you have freedom of option, but I don't know, I think I was kind of having this discussion yesterday with my girlfriend a little bit about how I think there's a delicate balance between getting literally handheld and being told exactly what you have to do, which can get tiresome, and then having a little bit too much freedom, where sometimes you just miss things because it's just way too much freedom. I think like the balance of it would be perfect, but I don't know. Could also just be depending on my mood in particular. Welcome to the gang. Congrats on teaching and I had a run where I died on Black Mage 191 because I opened the Mimic, I died to it, and then I couldn't recover after that. So I know your pain of dying to that first floor. These are the mounts I got. This was probably my favorite PvP mount. Because obviously, why would it be my favorite? Because of course it's my favorite. So that was like my more favorite one. The nice little chair. It's a good one. This is from one of the bosses too. And then also we had the other PvP mount that I was originally using was the Hound. The Pack Hound. Can I summon it? Hell yeah. Had to make sure I got the blue one, which was important. So, yeah, these like you can't get these anymore because they're PvP exclusive ones. But I did like those a lot. Let me catch up the chat here. Yeah, people just went, oh, it's tomes, time to tome farm instead of doing content they liked and get them over and done with. I pretty much only played Deep Dungeon and got them all. Yeah, same. I got a bunch of them by doing Deep Dungeon. I guess that's true, Ross, because in that fashion, what you would get out of people, Ross, isn't like, oh, do the thing that, do anything you want in the game. It was, okay, what does Reddit say is the most tomes per second? And that's what they'll spam, and then they'll complain that it's boring, and then that's it. Yeah, I can see that. Because that's just the nature of what people are going to do. They're just going to literally go for what's the fastest way to do this thing, because I just want it done. So I don't know, it's a tricky thing, I feel like, trying to get it right. I like the red and gold thing that I have, but I don't think, yeah, the feast stuff is gone, so it's just people doing the thing they always wanted to do in this game, looking up how to get it ASAP, farming in to complain. Yeah, you Darabon verbalized something that I was talking about, now you verbalized something exactly before I read your thing. Yeah, exactly what it is. That's why it was one of the more complex discussions I remember suggesting to Darabon one time. And I think I probably said it here once or twice. It's okay, I don't know how that aggroed. It's like, what is our gaming culture nowadays? Do you think people lean more into wanting to finish the game as fast as possible? Or do you think there's still a solid amount of people who will go through the game, do it their own way, do it like a nice casual way? But I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just, I can understand the idea that you want to get it done as fast as possible, because you have other games you want to play, because there are so many games to play. So it might be a popular method where you're just looking for the answer instead of really enjoying it. Like the satisfaction of completing it is good enough as opposed to really the full experience. Again, not saying that's a bad thing. I've always argued the bad thing about it is when you try to impose it on someone else, that's when it's bad. But if that's kind of your prerogative, then who cares? You should just, if that's the way you enjoy games, then by all means enjoy games that way, as long as you're happy. Best song in Rebirth. I've been taking my time with the story and quests. Do DD just happened to be a very enjoyable distraction. Hell yeah, it is. Would be nice for them to add color variants to these old PvP mounts to the series rewards. I doubt they'll do it. I don't know. They're very... Varmin, they're very kind of just held back on the rewards for PvP, in my opinion. Is the Bomb and Mage range base? Is it ranged base? I don't know, you wanna find out? Here, let's find out. He's gonna chase me forever. Alright, let's get the timer. What's it? It's 56:35, I think. 36. Echo 56:36. Pretty sure by the time he explodes, he's just gonna be on top of me though. That's the only problem. We'll do it with Bow Wow playing. Have I done the chaotic raid? I'm allergic to people, so no, I have not. Rush brainlessly through every content and complain. That's today's mentality for sure. I really miss the time where people... I don't think it's range-based. And that was like 45 seconds. Also, that was a very big explosion. So I think even if it was range-based, it's a big explosion. It almost reminds me of the explosion of like, of the ones in Heaven on High. The Harakiri. Those guys. Like, the size looks like it was that one. What up, Biff Tech? Learning PoE has been fun. If I look up a good build, I would have stopped playing by now, I think. Like, the content to me is discovering. Well, the thing is, you know, Ross, like, I think something I said before, maybe you heard me say it. Because we have come to the conclusion of our own build, I would say, like, here's the hole that you fall into by looking up a good build. Okay? Like, right now, if you go up and look up a good build right now, okay, good. You get to go through content really good. You get to clear things really good. Maybe you get bored really fast. Okay, fine. But when when patches come into play and they add new content, well, you're going to be married to this guide because the old build may not work anymore, and you have to now modify it to whatever they've done, whether they've nerfed something, buffed something, whether they've added something. And so now you're trying to keep the thinking away from you, but you're married to the other person who's created that idea. Now, you could go through a process of like figuring out yourself, but I would almost think that if you've already decided to look up something, you're not going to do it yourself. And so how I have looked at it is with the build I've created in PoE2, anytime they do an update, a buff, a nerf, an addition, whatever, well, that's going to be more exciting to me because I get to play around with something and adjust it because I know what my build is supposed to be. I know the kind of weaknesses and the strengths and everything. So any little change is like, oh, this means I can do this now, or this means I can't do this now. And I would be able to create that adjustment myself, and I'm excited for that, you know? That's what I'm excited about. Did I do a site? I don't remember. I've been doing the game blind and have found a Discord group that enjoys doing things that way. So I've still been in Shadowbringers, doing everything in order, min-eye level, no echo blind. And so I'd say that there's still people that like to take their time, but many will want to do things efficiently and quickly. Yeah, I mean, Scala, I'm sure it's not a zero amount of people that want to do it blind, but I feel like the majority want to do it fast. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's what the expectation is. And by the way, this also leads into like the conversation sometimes where I'll play, or any of our buddies, because we have a number of streamers here who will play other games. You go into a variety game, and it's almost like it's a common thing to expect at least one person to just want to speed your playthrough up. Give you information, give you a tip, give you the best build, whatever it might be. It's like for some reason that is the okay thing to do, which I think is just weird. But then how I think about it is like, well, why does that become the okay thing to do? Is that the expectation from other channels, from how people play, that they would think that the streamer would want this information? Like, I would like to think that people aren't necessarily being malicious, that they'll do it just because they know it's going to piss you off, right? I don't think that's the case. That's what no backseat. Yeah, exactly. Sit in the front seat and tell me what to do, not the back seat. At least you're not in the back seat. let me just catch up here, because I went on too many tangents here. I wish they had that mentality. I always feel the need to optimize. I wish I had that mentality. I always feel the need to optimize, like I'm wasting the time otherwise, says Thunder. And yeah, Thunder, look, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. And if that's how you want to do it, all I kind of care about is you're having a fun time doing it. I mean, heck, if I really hardcore believe that people should go through Deep Dungeon blind and experience it blind, then I shouldn't have made a guide. And I should be like, hey, do it blind. Okay, thanks for watching. Like, that's the video. But I understand, people want to get through the content. It's tough for them. You know, it's really me sharing my experiences, but I get it. But also bless the souls that do actually not look up anything and try to do it. It's gonna be entirely new things. It's more fun than just sitting and waiting around for someone to tell you how to play the game, says Ross, in relation to the path of Excel. I think it depends on the game, though. In PoE, it's more about how to make a build that defines your success, I think. Versus Deep Dungeon, you can watch someone clear 50 times, but you have to make decisions during the run to be successful. Oh shit, that's not a pull. That's my button for provoke, and that is not a provoke. That is the wrong button. Are you saying I have to try? No. Not me. Not this one. I'm not out yet. Rip. For me, I had an idea, and when I got it, when it got further down the line, looked up how to tweak and fine-tune it. There's so much freaking reading for the passive stuff, and I get lost. There's a lot of Zinc. There's a lot of stuff too that are like between the lines, and I would say a lot of the stuff in PoE right now, and it's not very clear. And even I was looking up, like, I tried actually. I tried to look up, like, modifiers for gas arrow, and let me tell you, no one could tell me the answer. So that didn't help me, but I was like, I'm not really sure how to make this stronger. I wonder if someone has the answer. They're like, no, they don't really have the answer. But, you know, stuff like that, it's just like, sometimes, same. It's like, I need a little bit of reinsurance, but... Thurin says, oh yeah, in another game, guildmates would often ask me to set up their skill points for them. It ended up where I started to ask them to try first themselves and come to me with the results to discuss. Yeah, it's just... I don't know, like I said, I don't want to pass judgment. It's, you know, I don't control your playthrough as much as they don't control my playthrough. But it does make me curious about what is acceptable, I guess, you know? Next YouTube short, best Deep Dungeon guide. Yeah, that, you know, true. That is the best Deep Dungeon guide. And even Caroline said that. That would be a short. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna mark it. I'll mark it down and I'll try to remember it. I did some Googling yesterday about Incinerate because I felt like I was not understanding how it worked. PoE is not the best at describing how the game works. And I think it's basically a cause of them not quite having, you know, they're still in the process of making it work. Like, even the minions are, like, in a bad spot. I think they're talking about the devs. We're talking about how, like, the minion description almost didn't make it in the game because they thought it was trash up until, like, the very last minute, where they're like, okay, this is fine. Like, something like even, like, Raging Spirits is, like, a really poorly explained tooltip. So I think you're looking at something that will get better over time. But when you're trying to figure things out now, it's kind of nice to have the answer now, you know? April Fool's short? Maybe. Hey Radiance, how floors scale? HP damage by %. How do the floors scale? So, on paper, I think generally speaking, the enemies would technically get... I think their HP and their damage do go up. Like, if you were just to do, like, auto-attack damage and then compare, it would go up progressively on the floors. Now, the problem that you have, in a way, for Deep Dungeon in this content, Radiance, it's more that what HP they have and what damage they do is kind of not important. It's about the tool set that they have. So you'll have certain enemies that are like very, very easy on even the highest floors because they're not really going to do something that is super deadly, whereas other ones you look at, and they're going to do something that can obliterate you because they just have this really, really bad attack. And so it gets a little bit more complex because of that, which makes it fun, in my opinion. But I would say on paper, you're probably going to see like a very very organized kind of climbing of the stats for every enemy. With a couple exceptions, like this dragon, for instance, in Palace of the Dead, the bigger the enemy, the more HP they technically have compared to everything else. So that's a thing too. But yeah, it's really more about what the enemies do versus how much HP they have, if that makes sense. And mimics? It depends, because in Palace, I think they have some of the highest HP pools, but in Heaven on High, they have some of the lowest HP pools. But in Heaven on High, they hit you the hardest out of anything in Deep Dungeon. Literally. In terms of like how much HP percentage they do in one hit, I would say Heaven on High mimics are the hardest hitting thing in Deep Dungeon on an auto attack. Now on a telegraph, I mean that's different, but oh, dude, I keep hitting my provoke button, which is not provoke. How far are we climbing? 130 is usually my goal, so we do 131 to 200 next Monday. So around 130 is usually what I want to aim for. Oh, those type of enemies. And those type of enemies randomly spread across the floors and appear on certain layouts. So you go through each set of floor having an expectation of what's going to spawn. Like, they don't randomly spawn, which honestly, that would be kind of fun, but they don't randomly spawn from a giant pool of enemies. You'll go into a floor set knowing this enemy spawns, this enemy spawns, this enemy spawns, they spawn on this floor, this floor, this floor. So there's a predictability there, but what becomes random is how many are you going to see. Maybe you don't see this enemy at all because it just didn't spawn, and you'll see more of this enemy, if that makes sense. Lights. Okay, dragon. Guess I'll fight you. I guess I'll get the worm. Okay. Oh my god, I'm missing because I got hit. That's just a really bad blind. Couldn't hit a single GCD. Good for like, oh, Chimera. It's gonna be longer for me to fight it than to just run around it. Good old Octopath. Oh, Square Enix, I don't know if anyone saw, Square Enix has a huge sale on Steam today. I don't know how long it's gonna last. But get all these Square Enix games. I was trying to see if there's any that I was thinking of, but I don't think I have any that I was eyeing for a purchase. I think I basically have all the ones I want. Or willing to play. At the moment, because one only has so much time. What is this? Bronze? Okay. Dragon Quest build is on sale, Nita. I saw that, yeah. Your favorite game, Biftech. Biftech's favorite game. Great. Most of the Final Fantasy games are 60% off. I still need to pick up a few, but they'll go lower than that sometime, some other time, I'm sure. Really? They'll go lower than 60, you think? They're remastering my favorite games soon, so I'll have all the JRPGs. Well, which one are they remastering? Sing. Oh! You know, our buddy, I'm gonna shout her out. Our buddy Miss Donut Bunny. Shout out Donut Bunny. Hold on. Sorry. Technical difficulties. Our buddy Miss Donut Bunny, our dear friend here, she has a very big history with Lunar. She was hyping it up, she was talking about it, she mentioned on stream how it was a game that brought her out of a pretty dark place, so she is extremely excited that thing is coming out, and she's gonna play it on stream. So if there's someone you may want to watch that is going to play that game with more passion than anything, then you gotta check Demons. I'm very excited. I told her I was gonna be excited for that because I never played. I think I've heard of that series before, but it didn't cross my path back in the day. So it was not something that I don't think I'll play, but I would love to see a playthrough. Yo, Nina, let's go. I don't know if I could enjoy that battle system now. Well, how is the battle system? Like, can you describe it to me, Biftek? In 3 words or less? No, I'm kidding. In 3 words or less, can you describe a JRPG battle system? It's gonna be like the FF Pixel Remaster. Okay. 75% at some point, maybe 90% for a couple big Steam sales. I see. Sudoku but tactical. You have to explain Sudoku to me, because I didn't really see that one yet. You actually did in 3 words and less. Well done. I caught back up with what you commented about people wanting one person or something to help speed up their playthrough. I think I agree that a lot of people seem to play that way nowadays. I don't think I would enjoy doing things that way. Oh, I would not enjoy doing things that way. Like one of the biggest, and this is, you know, do I feel bad about this? No, I don't feel bad about this. Even if the person was listening, it's a lesson for everyone. But I was playing Dragon's Dogma 2, and I would have this one person who just kept wanting to offer help. And there was this one time when I was just like, you know, I was going through, and they go, "Hey, if you want, I can tell you a tip that'll save you an hour." And I'm like, why in the hell would I save an hour of gameplay? That's like the dumbest comment you could ever tell me. Why would I want to save an hour playing this game? What? After that, it was just downhill with that person. I'm like, every time I see them chat, I'm like, don't say anything, swear to God. One person. It was one person. Yeah, it was one person. What's up, Zephyrin? I never played Chrono Trigger. Backseating? Yeah. And to me, that was like, I was thinking of like, is that the mentality of what people think that is acceptable? You know? It's weird. It's like, you know, the whole concept of finishing a game as fast as possible. To me, it's just, I never understood that. I like doing games fast, but that's after I've enjoyed them. I like a good speedrun. There's a difference there. I should have done my combo. We had multiple habitual line steppers. You know, I don't remember the other ones. Honestly, I mean, you guys probably remember better than I did. I know the one was just really just, you know, a little too far for me until I finally had to say something. But I don't remember which one I did. Oh, the game tells me. That's right, I forgot. I think. Oh yeah, I didn't do the right combo. Rip. I'm really not paying attention, to be fair. I mean, you know. Pretty fast on Monk. Like as fast as Machinist, or maybe even as fast as Picto, maybe? I'd say fast as Picto, in terms of the ball skill. Alright, let me catch up in chat. You choose your actions for everyone. Then they do all their actions one after another based on their speed, with having a range system like Chrono Trigger. Oh! That sounds a little bit like, Last Remnant was kind of like that, where like you issued orders and then it would be a calculation of speed, which also made technically speaking, Phantasy Star 4 was like that, because Phantasy Star 4 you would pick all the actions, but there was combo actions that existed, so you kind of had to get lucky that they would do it in the right order. Otherwise, they do the combos broken up into single attacks. Okay, that's familiar to me. Give me all those big floors, take my current 3-room spam. You can have them. Please take them from me. That happens a lot to me when I'm posting for raids. People want to be helpful, but I'm like, the PF said this is a blind and custom chat, so please don't. Yeah. Presumably, it's like save you an hour of unpleasantness and swap you an hour of good when they mean it the right way in-game. But even then, Bun, it's like, to me, the unpleasantness is part of the experience. Like, and then also it's like, don't you want to see me suffer? Isn't that fun for you guys? Although I do get, sometimes you will see people like, was it in my chat that happened? The comment that I hate the most. Like, oh, why are you doing it this way? This is horrible. Something like that. Like, well, don't watch. Bye. That game you paid money for, this game you paid money for and are trying to enjoy on your own terms. Let me tell you how to make the experience shorter. Yeah. The thing is though that people always knows how to Google, like, if you really aren't having fun in the game, yeah, exactly. I don't disagree. I kind of see why someone would do it. The friction is part of the appeal in games like DD though. Deep Dungeon is of course in a different category for sure. They sound familiar? Gotcha. The suffering is part of the experience. Exactly. What's up, Hugo? How you doing? I had a buddy. Actually, no, I don't think it was me. I had a buddy who was doing gathering on stream. and he was doing it one at a time in current content. And someone comes in, and there's something like they said something along the lines of like, "Oh man, you're breaking, you're hurting my soul hitting this button, you know, one at a time when he can just do the auto gathering." And they go, and they go like, they go to the next node and like, "Oh, better watch out! I'm gonna hurt your soul more. Here we go. I'm gonna hit it one at a time." So that's so funny. Better look away. Better break your soul more. It's like, you know, let either enjoy the way the person's playing, or I don't know, check out the 20 other channels that you can go watch. Save 1 hour and save your life with this simple tip. Exactly, Lexi. Yeah, and what Ross said, I could just look it up if I really wanted to. I mean, yes, there's like an appeal to me of asking chat, but then again, I'm prompting to ask you. I didn't ask, and then don't just tell me the answer. Actually, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Alright, we got another ad. Let me hit the ad, and then we'll continue. Thank you guys for watching. 91 we go, BRB. Oh, let me read Ross's thing, and then I'll hit the ad. I remember someone went into Sekiro stream of mine and told me I needed to seriously evaluate how I was approaching the bosses. Do you realize you're going to spend hours on this boss if you do it this way? Ross is like, yeah. Do you know what channel you walked into, or is this your first time here? Alright, BRB. And that right there is like the... That's why I'm curious if that really is kind of the going impression that people have for gaming. Or the popular impression that people have for gaming. Is if they just expect people to be the most optimized possible if they decide to stream a game, you know? Some people just forget that they just play the game instead of watching someone else play. Yeah. No, they don't. No, Lexi, I don't know if you're listening to me, Lexi, but I'll repeat it later if anything. But like, see, there is this like also extra part of it where I think someone feels like they're cool because they gave you an answer. You know? Oh, I was the one that told you that, and it's like, what? I was the cool guy that gave you the answer. And it's just weird, you know? Didn't ask you to begin with. $100, here we go, Emily. I love the comment of one of my other content creator friends. They did a tweet one time as a funny joke, which was completely accurate. They said, whenever they don't ask for questions, chat is all over ready to give advice. And then when I actually ask a question, being like, "Hey guys, do you know how to do this thing?" No one says anything. And I swear that has happened a lot too. Like, I'm genuinely asking you an answer, and then no one says anything because they don't know. It's like, what? Now you have the opportunity to literally backseat, and then you can't even produce an answer to me. Thanks to me, you won. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Lexi. Do you know you can use landmines to hurt enemies? Oh my god, can you? Quick, backfire question. Mr. Bifteg, do you know what patch they introduced that? Quick, you have 3 minutes to give me that answer. Reach. The one that gets me is when folks are like hating on the game. Oh, this game sucks, and it's because they're playing it against the grain. But that's when I tend to leave the channel. Yeah, Bun. I think it's just I mean, okay, as a content creator, there is still some, like, I would say that there's still some entertainment factor for just being like a negative Nancy and just going off in a game. Like, that's content in a way. But to me, you know, my simple thing is just, you know, why are you doing something that you're not enjoying? Just do something else. One of the patches, nailed it. Is there anything you want to see in the next Deep Dungeon as an improvement for the previous ones? Much more difficult bosses? Oh. Okay, I'm gonna try to... Okay, so I want to try to answer this, Wheezy, in a way that's not too wild. And, like, in something that I believe that they can do, as opposed to something that they probably won't do, right? So, example of what they probably won't do. Introduce Blue Mage and Beastmaster into Deep Dungeon. Wild thought, never gonna happen, okay? I still wish it, but it's not gonna happen. So, we're not gonna go in that department. So let me try to think of things that I would love to see that are actually viable. One that you actually probably will see, and I'm not shitting you. I'm like literally being like they probably will put this in because they said so. Is you're probably going to see more than 2 save slots in Deep Dungeon. That's actually probably going to be a thing. So I would love to see that, and I hope they put it in. So that's one. I know sustaining potions have always been the problem for people. And we're going to be getting into 8 inventory slots that are going to occupy your inventory if they don't do anything about sustaining potions, so that's one. One that I would love to see, faster activation of Pomanders, because they've clearly demonstrated that they're capable of introducing things in the game that animation locks are no longer a thing. They put it into abilities, they made tinctures activate faster. Let's have sustaining potions and Pomanders activate way faster. Like, please? That'd be great. That'd be a nice quality of life. Yeah, I would love bosses to be harder. That one I would say is a serious desire, because they could make bosses harder. Like, they've shown that they can make bosses harder, so it's a thing that they could totally do, and I hope they think about that seriously, because the bosses are great. They're in a good direction, but they could still be more difficult. Yeah, no, and you know what? That quote right there, Wheezy, I thought the EO bosses were decent. Perfect. Because I agree, but I wish they could be better. Oh, or rather, in the next Deep Dungeon, I don't want them to be decent. I want them to be a step up above decent, or 2 steps up above decent. You know what I mean? That's how I looked at it. No sustains, no ether pool? You don't want ether pool? You know what I actually like, Ross? An idea that I thought of? Something like Hades. Hades, you go through a floor, and every time you may or may not get power level, like you might get this really cool ability, or you may not get this cool ability, or you get something else that maybe helps you on a run later or something like that. I actually would love it if, like, maybe you can have, like, maybe it's adjusted to, like, maybe the content is adjusted to, like, 50-50 arm and armor, but you always start with 1, and then it comes down to, like, how you manage your opponent, your aetherpool climbing up to see if you're gonna have enough or something like that, and then, you know, power-ups that way, like a more complicated system. I think I would like that. Because I think having it sit at 99 is kind of... it's kind of just lame, I guess? Or boring? Having a little bit more dynamic feel to the aetherpool would be kind of cool. Fluidly broken? I mean, you know, depending on how you execute it. Shield 90 and 3001. Had the strength at 30-30. Are you keeping up with me? Not losing Ether Pool while getting Weapon Glam. Well, one of the things that has been proposed by a lot of people, it's Quan. It's giving more of a reward to clearing the content. Like, I know some people have suggested, oh, what if you just get a butt ton of regen potions by trading in one of your victory things, you know? Or you do like an exclusive glam that isn't based on Ether Bowl, but rather is based on you clearing the content. That would be kind of cool, because I feel like the reward that we get is like you're probably using what, a maximum of like 8 for the accessories and whatnot, and after that, I mean, what, you just not clear anymore because you got everything? What are you doing with the rest of them, you know? If the bosses are not in a cycle, it's fine by me. Give me things I need to adjust to. You know, Lexi, you know what's one thing I thought was a nice idea, Lexi? Is if you designed a boss to be an 8 or 10 minute fight. And the reason why is because if you were to go in a 4-man, you would drop the boss in like, what, 2 minutes, 1 minute? So you only see 1.5, 2 minutes of mechanics. However, if you go in with less and less people, you start seeing more and more mechanics because the boss is alive longer. Now, I wouldn't suggest a hard DPS DPS check. Like, if you don't kill it in X time, then it just does a DPS check. That, not so much. It's just the fact that you just create mechanics that are going to be lasting a lot longer. I think that would be cool, and maybe a neat way to make the experience different for depending on how many people you have. Oh, this is a 2-person mechanic now we have to deal with, you know? That would be a nice way to do it. You could choose one or the other, Blue Mage or Deep. If I could choose one or the other, Blue Mage and Deep Dungeon or 3 save slots, Blue Mage and Deep Dungeon, hands down. Well, the idea, I've said this so many times, but I'll always love to repeat this. My whole idea of a Blue Mage Deep Dungeon is to make it like a roguelike. You go in with one spell, you learn your spells as you climb through. That is my ideal Blue Mage content. They'll never do it. But the amount of repeatability you're going to have with that kind of run is insane. It'll be a true roguelike. Yeah. Remember when I posted that video on YouTube for the shorts? I think some of the comments I got, they're like, no, that's a dumb idea because they're gonna waste the resources on it. I'm like, you know, I can't dispute this, but I mean, you don't know how to use the resources, but not a completely bad point. It can't happen because it's not popular enough. Okay, you know what? Also not a bad point. Guys, this is the song you're going to hear in Deep Dungeon 4. Are you excited? Pulse 2 is going to make an appearance in Deep Dungeon 4. Remember Yoshiki once talking about... Yes, I remember that too. I do remember a discussion about Blue Mage Royale in PvP, which is basically Fortnite. Instead, they're making a mobile game. We'll just get another MSQ dungeon I do one time. My biggest desire for Final Fantasy XIV. Guys, if you had one thing to desire for Final Fantasy XIV moving forward, what would it be? The entire game. You know what mine would be? If they would stop using the same formula at the dungeons. So it wouldn't be trash, sub, what is it? Trash, sub, trash, boss. It would be completely different. That would never happen. Remake the game. Damn. Harsh. Make all raids like BA? With the amount of people? Or like the whole like, oh, you can't really die. Like even, honestly, even Deluvium Regine Savage didn't bring that kind of vibe of like, I really can't screw up here. A dot job, says Bun Bun. It's okay, you know, Bun Bun, we're getting a pet job back, right? With Beastmaster. So maybe the next limited job would be a DOT job. What about that? How would you feel about that? More dungeons like ARR, very different mechanics. They're wasting resources on stupid shit already. Like a mobile game. A Realm Reborn revived. Fix a spaghetti code to a lasagna. To a lasagna? How much cheese are we putting in? Honestly, as a raider, I'm eating pretty good with Criterion Ultimates. Fair. Old school MMO format where dying matters. Bad things can happen. Yeah, I would like that. But then, they will make the argument that's why Eureka exists, right? Because that is kind of why Eureka exists. But, that's fair. Fix scaling on old fights and adjustability potencies to keep content difficult. Oh, that's a rough one. It's hard because I don't think they'll ever go back. They'll never go backwards with content. It's just like, it exists. Okay, does it actually function? Okay, good enough, you know. Otherwise, you'll see like something like Deep Dungeon being just like adjusted on its own, which will never happen as well. I like the low-level reworks on most jobs. I just like low-level reworks on most jobs. Every class before 70 is so boring. Hey, Titus over. Thank you for the prime. Now Titus, is that a Titus? Is that a true Titus, or do I say Titus? And will I forget in like 2 days? I need to pay attention here. actually deleted the swarm too. Hey Cheshire, how you doing? Muted lurking during work and hope the run goes well. Either or thank you. Hey, no, thank you so much. No, I joke because for the longest time when I played Final Fantasy X, I always in my head said Titus every time. I mean, how many, like, if anyone played 10 back in the day, did you say Titus too? And so now I know it's Titus because I played Dissidia because they said it in voice acting. It's Titus. I'm like, oh, okay, yes, it's Titus. I still think it's Titus, but I can't argue when the VAs say it. The best thing they have is the monthly, quarterly updates to make old fights current with that weekly thing. Oh yeah, the Unreal, yeah. I'm lazy, I don't want to plug it. A deep dungeon mechanic I thought of before was letting people recover their file, but every time they die, their level permanently decreases by 1. They're gonna optimize that. Like, someone would totally optimize that to see, like, how low can you go? Well, actually, I would do that. How low can you go to clear a deep dungeon? That'll be my next video. You can clear a deep dungeon at level 20 with these easy steps. You did the exact same thing my whole life. Like Tides? Titus? Yeah. Titus? I don't think I'd ever would have come to the conclusion of Titus. Exactly, yes. What is this chest? I don't think I even checked the chest. Steel? Oh wow, that would have been useful. If only I checked it. They say Titus in Kingdom Hearts 2. Yeah, because that's the correct way. It would be really weird if they say it one way in one game and then say it another way in another game. Like, that would be really weird. But yeah, that's pretty much the proper way. It's like, you know, it's Aerith, not Eris. I still call him Titus, even knowing the correct way to say it. Respect. I mean, I say names wrong all the time anyway, so I respect it for sure. They also said Titus in the game Informer before the game came out. Oh really? See, I don't read, so that's lame. I didn't see that. That's interesting. Do they say it in like the game manual? Because that'll blow my mind if they said it in the game manual. There are still people who refuse to call her Aerith. You should, Biftech, you should tell them about the Final Fantasy VII speedrun. So if you haven't heard me tell this story before, I was once watching a Final Fantasy VII OG speedrun, and when you start the game, in the English version it is Aerith, right? Because that's how I knew it. However, something that was very fascinating to me is when they sequence break the game, and you go from like the very beginning, like you do the whole bombing mission, and then you're supposed to go to 7th Heaven, and then there's a guard blocking the path to Wall Market. But apparently if you sequence break the Wall Market, and you go straight to there, you already have Aerith in your party, and when you look at her name, it auto-defaults to Aerith. It doesn't auto-default to Aerith, for whatever reason. And I think the runners were saying it, and now I think of it, it's like, oh, then that's the right way of doing it, okay. Now, why it ended up as Aerith, who knows? Maybe it's like a post-adjustment thingy, but... Yeah, the PS1 disc, yeah. So when you go straight to Wall Market, you bypass going through the process of, like, renaming Aerith, and you just have her in your party, so they give her a default name, and the default name is Aerith, not Aerith. I always thought that was fascinating. That's why I like speedruns. Not the exit. Okay, I'm not gonna stay here. Oh, yeah, it's awesome. I think it's awesome. I can never remember what combo I did. It was weird localization mistake, I thought it was. Something like that, but I mean the game by default gives them the default name, so yeah, 100%. You know, it obviously is. If that's the result of it, so. Oop. Give me a Gubu. Oh, you're not. What? Come on, man. Oops. Wrong button. What floor are we on? 97? Actually, my palms are not great. I've only picked up one Rezo and two Rezo, and I've only picked up one Lust. Oh, I kept using the Lust. That's fine. Silver, Bloom. I feel like I just want to rage this because I can get some chests back. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's do it. You know what I would like them to fix? I'd like them to bring my fortune animation back up to normal FPS because it's still stuck at 60. My fortune animation and my interject animation are lower FPS than the rest of the game. And I don't know if anything else in the game does that, but that's still there. And I guess they don't think it's important, or they don't know it's a problem, but I mean, it's fine. I think it's funny. It's just, you know. I mean, I would have thought that they would have snuck it in on a patch, at a patch update somewhere somehow, but they haven't touched it for like 2 patches. I need to upgrade? No. I need to downgrade for it to work. Because if I go to 60 FPS, you'll see the fortune being okay. I'm not gonna make it. Sig, I've been hearing that the recent football games have been fair and square. What are your thoughts? Let me do an F one. The downgrade function only comes with the upgrade. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Oh, this game. You know, this game wasn't bad. Good old metaphor. Why did you giving me this? I'm gonna do this because I'm not gonna do that. Have the football games been fair and square in what country? It's just a hot topic in America. Hearing people whine about football has been great. Yeah, I think it's great too. Honestly, Zevran, as someone who doesn't care, I think it's been great too. What the hell? This happened on the beach drop. What? I hear refs are getting a huge pay raise for how fair and balanced. Oh yeah. Woo. Gotta get paid, man. I should get around to playing it eventually. It's a good game. I would definitely recommend it. I did have a good time with it. Explain. Except you're speaking truths though. You're speaking the truth. What's my next on the radar? Expedition 33. Or I don't know when Radaton is releasing. I don't think I got a date for Radaton. But basically it's Expedition 33, Radaton, and Heroes of Might and Magic. So Heroes of Might and Magic should be later, because that's Q2. Expedition 33 is April, what, 24th, I think? Which should hopefully give me enough time to beat the game, because I think I might be AFK at the end of May, for family stuff. And again, Rataton is the one that's the wild card, because I really want to play that game. I just don't know when it's releasing. In 3 months? Yeah, and PoE has me by the neck hold. Although I am starting to ease up on PoE. If my current character dies, I probably start swapping off of PoE. So I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure what would be like. Okay, so if I go PoE tomorrow and we die, I don't know what game I would go into after yet, Zevran. At the moment, I'm not sure yet. Maybe we just hop back to Satisfactory for a little bit. I don't know. I think there was maybe a handful of games that might have been on my radar, but I'm not sure yet. I have to actually look. I would rather watch the Jets every week in prime time than another Super Bowl with the Chiefs. I remember when Sig told me to call up the Jets to make sure that they stop being on prime time, and now the tides have turned. The turns have tabled. Am I gonna check out the new Monster Hunter? Monster Hunter to me, Sikak is not up my alley, unfortunately. So that's the skip for me. But I do hope people have a good time with it. It's just not a game that vibes with me too well. You might actually think it would, because I do like grindy games, but I don't know, it's just something about Monster Hunter that doesn't click with me. So excited for Monster Hunter and the Yakuza? Oh, that was Yakuza Pirates, right? In the pirate thingy? Do you think that's a game that... Do you think that one is possible for me to hop into if I've never played the franchise? Or do you think it won't be a good idea? What's your opinion? Also, the Jets stole my team's coach. Did he? Oh, really? That's funny. You don't think I'd like it? Okay. What would be the reasons? Because it's action-y? Oh, it's action-y. That would make it tough. Tough. The combat would have to be fast. If it's fast, then maybe, but it would be tough for me. It's action. Yeah, you know me, Zevran. Monster Hunter took a while for me to get into, but I gave it a chance with a buddy who really wanted me to get into it, and I fell in love with it after a while. Do you think you fell in love with it because you were doing a co-op, or just like in general? Like it took getting to almost end game, then I couldn't put it down. I played the base of Monster Hunter World, and I beat it, and I got it all the way to the end, and I don't know, it just didn't hold me as much as I was hoping it would. Like, I just didn't like the grind afterwards, I guess is what you can say. Although there is one funny game that if for some reason I seem to be available to play it, there is a game called Date Everything. And if I'm like available, meaning like not literally available, but like meaning that I don't have a game on the radar, maybe we'd like play that for a little bit and just see what the heck's that all about. Because that seems like a very funny game. So, because that releases on Valentine's Day. And it looks like it's gonna be, it actually looks like it's gonna be pretty hype. Like if I'm not gonna play it, I certainly want to watch someone playing it. But outside of that, it's really just kind of prepping for Expedition. 13 speedrun? 13 speedrun? If you're gonna see a speedrun out of me, I was partially tossing the idea of doing maybe like the 7 Rebirth speedrun, since I could technically do that in one stream. Technically. I'd have to go world best to do it in one stream. We already have plans for Valentine's Day? Oh, sorry. I swear I heard the name and paused mid-drink. Yeah, no, Lexi. Lexi, the game is called Date Everything. And I forgot the premise of the story, but you literally can date everything. Like the chair, the plunger, your drawer, your door, everything. But here's the kicker. Okay, here's the kicker. So, the game to me sounded like a big meme, but you know who's directing the game? Noctis from Final Fantasy 15. Ray Chase is directing the game. And the voice actors in that game is insane. Voice actor for Asterion. Voice actor for the main character in Attack on Titan. Clive is in there. It's in, like, the voice acting in there is mind-boggling. Yeah. Taken very seriously. Laura Bailey's in there. it's like, wow, hold on. I wasn't expecting, like, this quality of a game from this. It was supposed to release in October, now it's releasing on Valentine's Day. Unless they push it again, but... It almost sounds like... That also just sounds like something they would enjoy doing. Yeah! And knowing, like, how silly and how silly Ray Chase is, like, if he's the one, like, leading the charge on that one, it's gonna be a good game. So... At least you would hope it's a good game, but... I mean, I would just play it for the voice acting alone. I don't know what buttons I just hit there. Okay, that should be fine. Nice enough. Kind of surprised no desire to try Suikoden Remaster. I'd have to look into it. It's not a game that I did before, and like, I don't know. Maybe if I'm convinced enough, I'd look into it. The remakes are debatable for me. Mr. Sadie Sassafras! Why, hello there, sir. Good to see you. I'll get you the shout out in a little bit. Hope you had a good stream. Guys, that is my dear friend, Mr. Sadie Sassafras, one of our longtime Deep Dungeon community members, one of the best out there. He plays on controller if he's doing Deep Dungeon and any 14 content whatsoever. And literally one of the best out there. Hilarious Twitter. And just an overall really, really good guy. So be sure to check him out. And EU friendly. EU friendly. So, you know, I don't stream at this time slot very often. I only do it once a week. So if you need someone to watch at this time slot, then why not watch someone from the community, which is Mr. Sadie Satisfaction. Thank you for shouting out, Mr. Sadie. Hope your stream has been good, Sadie. Hope 14 treated you well. You kind of no, the time slot. Whether he thinks EU is good or not is that's not the point. It's just, you know, the time slot's good. He left the EU. Oh well. Well, he's still streaming at the time. It's a time slot, isn't it? It's different. Turn-based RPG, not super long. I might look into it. Devin, I'll play Dragon Age for you. How about that? I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. I'll play your favorite game in 2024, Dragon Age, Veilguard. Bank Collector, thank you for the follow. Look, my score is amazing. Look at this amazing score. Holy moly. Best score I've ever done. Was doing EO Sam? Oh, I was thinking about doing that. I actually thought about that. But may I choose Monk? Chat. Sadie, can you believe this? I had chat at the beginning of stream pick between Samurai, Monk, and Astro. They picked Monk. Can you believe that? They had a chance. And they blew it. If you go Dragon Age, I will refund the sub. I understand the opinion on Dragon Age. But at the time, so it's Quan at the time. I was deciding between Dragon Age and Metaphor. I never played a Dragon Age game, and I never played a game like Persona in that series, and that's why Metaphor was kind of like interested to me. Hey, Phaedra, thank you for the 5. Searoy, Sarathi, Nixanda, Carl, and Nova. Thank you for that 5. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. And I was almost leaning into Dragon Age. And Zevran, you know, like, I trust his opinion tremendously, and he's like, bro, you're probably not gonna like this game as much. And I'm like, okay, I'll take a look at Metaphor. Then I looked at Metaphor more. I'm like, yeah, you're right. And I loved Metaphor. I really did. So I made, you know, thanks to Severin, it was definitely a good decision to go in that direction. And then I started hearing the things about Dragon Age, so I get it. But to me, okay, even if the game was trash, I mean, to me, it's like I would have played it just based on what the game was. But I have an issue generally with action RPGs. I typically don't enjoy them, whereas I typically will enjoy a turn-based RPG. So just on that criteria alone, that really should have been my option to begin with. It's just, you know, I mean, I want to jump on a lot of these franchises for the first time because I didn't get the opportunity before, so it was appealing to me. But I could only pick I could only have picked one, and that's the one I picked. Gameplay in Veilguard, I hated it so much. I mean, look, you have a higher tolerance for action games than I do, so if you didn't like it, that says a lot for me. Like that's an even lower chance for me. Lexi says I wasn't there. Surely the push for Astro. Yeah, look, I gave it the option. You guys didn't pick it, so what can I say? Monk won with like a 6 foot. Everything was like at a 4. SMT stream? Maybe when the new one comes out. I did play SMT with the newest one. Not the newest. Not Vengeance, but the one before it became Vengeance. I did play that one. I actually like that a lot. SMT, I think it was SMT4. That was a good game. But the problem was, I didn't want to play Vengeance because I had already put 120 in the original one. And I'm like, I'm not putting another 120 into the new one, so. I did like SMT. And I joke that I'll do a Persona game, but I'll do the new one. So we'll play Persona 6 when that releases, and I know what that means. I get it. But that's what I'm going to do. So someone was asking earlier, I don't know if they're still here, about the potsherds. I will actually go out of my way to check all the floors, and let's see how many potsherds we get on this floor set. So just for like that actual real-time like look at like, okay, what is the potsherd count when you go through 101 to 110? You should play Persona 1. Look, I have a criteria. I don't typically play older games, so. I kind of understand if you want to see the story if you play the previous Dragon Ages, but start from Veilguard, he has absolutely no reason to run himself. I love how that's a common opinion. Like, already 3 people are like, no, don't do it. High School Me? Hey, what's the problem with that one? I mean, we could just also play Doki Doki if you want to do that. If you want high school gameplay. Or wasn't Niside also like kind of in that vein of like Doki Doki? Which I haven't seen gameplay of that one yet. Cog comes out of lurk for the Doki. Oh, Cog, you should play. Oh wait, yeah, we should manipulate one of your viewers to put in Niside. I think you'd like Niside. Niside is good. Surprise hit at the end of the year. Yeah, I started seeing the ratings for it, and I'm like, oh, what is this? Oh. I see. That was basically my response to that. But I haven't seen any gameplay. I guess I'm not getting that chest, because I'm lazy. I have no idea what it is, and if you're suggesting it via, I hope I never find out. Check it out. Check out. Zabin typed it correctly in chat. Give it a look. It's, from my understanding, it's almost like imagine Doki Doki, except it's 3D. And like weirder. Well, maybe not weirder, but certainly, you know. I didn't know it myself until I think it was on the Steam carousel. So I decided to just like gander at it because it had really good ratings, and then I looked into it deeper. I knew a couple of our buddies were going into it, but hey, thank you for the hype train. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. Thank you for so much for that. Appreciate the support, guys. God damn it. I guess what kills I got on 100. Guess what kills you got on 100? I don't know kill counts. I don't know, 120. I don't know what the kill counts are for Deep Dungeon. That's the one thing I couldn't tell you. it's slightly less traumatizing than Doki Doki. Okay, when we're talking about slightly less, Sin, are we talking like 0.5%? Are we talking like 10%? Are we talking like, you know, a millimeter? It's not a VN, it's more of an adventure style like Amnesia. Oh, Amnesia, that's a relatable one, okay. Crap. That's watching. Mimic Treasure Room on 99, so score can be decent. Good luck, Thurin. Wouldn't want to spoil that for you. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think I'm gonna play it. I don't think that's ever a game I'd ever play, but I guess for everyone else, though, probably wouldn't want to spoil it for everyone else. Hey, Ramza. Was watching your YouTube Machinist HOH run at 71. Question. I don't see you pulling Griffins. Is that possible? Griffins. Is it possible? I would say with Strength on, yeah, you can probably handle Griffins. I actually have gotten more confidence on Griffins lately. You'll, like, even on a lot of DPS jobs, I end up actually pulling Griffins with a lot of kiting. Like, as long as you're kiting, it's not that bad. You basically want to detach their double attack. So you know how they do their talons? Which is like the big hit? As long as you detach their talons from their auto attack, it doesn't become too bad. And not to mention with all the running around, you should be able to position yourself in a way to avoid their Winds of Winter, because you need to line of sight that. So he'll spend a lot of time trying to double attack you, and then a lot of time doing his AoE. So that could be enough time for you to, you know, kill it. But I probably wouldn't do it on like a gloom floor. Like, it would be a clean floor, maybe with strength on is probably where I would look to fight a griffin. Yeah, the enrage is no problem. I mean, just line of sight it. And here's the thought too. Let's say you get a little low with your HP, Ramza. And then he starts doing his enrage. Just line of sight it, get around a wall. And then that gives you time to heal, because his follow-up move will be also, I think he follows up with an AoE after that. So that's a lot of time for you to make back HP. You know what I mean? So there's like a lot of opportunities for you to heal back the damage. Like, you're going to get hit for a lot. It's just there's a lot of breaks in between. Yeah. Also, good luck, and also I hope you're doing well. Hope I don't know if you're still in the food, but I hope you've been doing well. $71 kills and 81. So what's like a good average, Thurin? Like 100? Is that a good average? I guess it would be 100, right? Because like a high total count would be what, 1100 would be like top tier for kill count and 1 to 100. Alright, cheers. Hey Zink, good time. We'll catch you next time. Have a good work day. I got zip-blinded. I don't think I picked up a potsherd yet. I was advertising it and I didn't get it yet. I'll be back in a few hours. Fair. I'll be here till 1:30, so maybe 1:30, floor 130. As a side note, still alive. 86! Yo, let's go, Gog! I got myself back to just about 89. 86, that's an awesome PB, let's go. Are you doing the other events now? Are you doing Breach and Delirium and all that stuff? I don't want to say too much, but having now done it myself, I'm happy I am, because it's actually a better idea that I do. Not picking any raises, but let's see. Gotcha. 1,200 kills is good, okay, but the standard set can swing even in the room, gotcha. Standard being 3 to 6, lots of room. I am if the map is low enough or the debuffs aren't crazy, gotcha. Because as soon as they get a hold of me, I'm dead. That's true, yeah, I mean, the body blocking with minions is something that I keep forgetting is such an advantage for me. Because it is an advantage for me. Like even in Ritual, with the tight spacing, a lot of times they don't even get to me because my minions are just blocking them. So they have to cut through my minions first, and a lot of times they just don't die, so it's fine. So I know, like, with my current build now, Ross, I think I will get to maps by like 63 or 64 now. So, hold on. I don't pre-farm. Like, if I'm, like, even that low, I'll just hop into a map. You know what I would do? I would go into a map naked, like a tier 1 map, no nothing, just leave it white and just go in. That's what I would do until the levels kind of level out. Because you're gonna get a lot of XP from it. It's just you don't want to die, so there's no need to ramp it up a little bit. And I think you could keep buying ones from the dude, so... You know what I was debating on? I was actually thinking of taking a level 1 character, get it through to the stash, take some of my Chaos Trials and Trial of Sekima into that character, kill it, and so I could transfer those tokens over to my dead character, so I can practice Trial and Chaos. Without the risk of actually doing it on my current alive character. Just transfer the stuff over. That might be like the last thing you see me do in Path if I happen to die again. But I really want to do those bosses, it's just hard for me to do them with a hardcore character. God damn it, really? Altus needs to globally release the Persona Gacha already. Is that not global? I know that there's a mobile Persona game, but oh, I guess that is the one. I guess it didn't release global. Is it good? Is it a good game? I'm like loaded with my gacha games. I think 2 is my maximum. I don't think I want to go past 2 gacha games. It's a very sharp axe you have, sir. Good song. It's my favorite Pulse 1 song of the album. I wish they played this in EO. Oh, we're hasted. Oh, Monk's gonna feel nice hasted. Okay, that's a dead end. I don't think I picked up a single potsherd, so my whole hey, it's gonna be a lot in this floor set is not coming to reality. But on average, it would. On average. Affluence. Oh, that is not the way I want to go. I guess it works out though. Come on. Usually I leave the set with 3 to 4 potsherds, 171 is where my potsherds reside. Yeah, usually I average like 3 too. 3 as well. But we had someone asking about, you know, the potsherd situation. I was saying, oh, you know, the drop rate's much higher here, blah blah blah. I haven't seen a single bronze chest in 4 floors so far. It's more kind of the real-time example, which I always feels, you know, has a good merit because you're seeing it right now. So it kind of sucks when it doesn't come to reality. Kirite. Okay. I feel like 101 to 110 has a uniquely annoying combination of enemies, not threatening in their own, but on higher floors become obnoxious. Yeah, you know, I lost a red mage run way a long time ago, Zabin, because I took a deer and a Yarzon, and I'm like, we've been fine, everything should be fine, but I took completely for granted the vulnerability down, and I got trucked faster than I could even recover. So it's pretty incredible how annoying it could be for the to have to handle that as late. Actually had enough damage, but I was a little late there. And then the bees, yeah, the bees, the dung beetle, those are all just really annoying enemies. So yeah, it's true. The floors are annoying too, you know. I don't particularly like these floors in general. I decided for now to always speed the set because I hate it so much. I was on server. You know, respectable. And yeah, statistically you will. You have enough floors to make it all back up. Okay. That's a mess. Ah, bronze chest. Let's look at this one. Keep forgetting to charge up my thing. Dang, no potsherd. Ding! Okay, to the exit we go. Squirrels! Nice Deep Dungeon classic song here. Really? Come on, man. (101 to 110 feels like the hardest floor set out of 101 to 150, even more than 141. Interesting. I don't think I've ever felt that way. You know how I look at it though? Like, I think to me, the saving grace of this floor is that it isn't the cave floors. That's what it is for me. The cave floors to me, just by default, are just far more annoying than this layout. Like, I was complaining about the layout, but I hate the caves more. And that alone allows me to like it just a little bit more. Because the caves just get so irritating. That's a completely fair point. If 151 had to be done in the cave floors, everything else would be so much harder. Oh my god, if 151 plus were in cave floors, oh my, can you imagine? I mean, you could imagine. You can go into Eureka Orthos and do 71 to 80 and see how it feels like when you have freaking apes there, yeah. For some reason, 101 to 110 can have 4 mobs per room, but the next 40 don't, which is odd. It's kind of mimicking, well, I guess not really. It's not really mimicking the first 4 in a way, but... you know, there is definitely manipulation on each floor set for something. You know, I kind of feel like each floor set has something unique to it. Some unique characteristic that they gave it, whether that was intentional or something, I don't know. Like you have, what is it, 41 to 50, you don't get alterations. 171 to 180, you have higher landmines in the first 3. 121 to 130, you have the higher luring traps. Like, there's something that's a characteristic of that floor, which is interesting. Maybe this is the characteristic of this floor. It's just you have one extra thing per room. Alright, nothing exciting in those chests. Two hippographs here. Nice, okay. I still really miss Monk having the different stances. That was the thing that really made me dislike Monk a lot, was when they removed stances out of Monk. Used to have a attack stance, a defense stance, and a movement stance. And it was just nice little tiny bits of optimization that you can do on Monk. So while you're moving, you go to wind. While you're fighting, you go to earth. When you're bursting, you go to fire. It's awesome. But they removed that. If anything, the Fist of Earth was the biggest loss, because you didn't get that damage mitigation back. They didn't bake it into the class. That kinda sucks. I was like, alright, let's try T15 with A, B, C on it. Should be fine. First rare packs have Shroudwalker. Were you stuck in a dead end? Because, man, I hate it when I get put into a dead end. It's like, okay, well, running out of space to move. Well, the one I hate the most, Cog, is just when they have, like, Magma Barrier, and then they're shrouded, and then they just, like, they gap close to your face to explode. Oh, Augury. You have no space to move. Ugh. Tangible... well, see, that does not matter to me. Minion supremacy. Minions are up front. Guess what? They satisfy the proximity. I don't gotta care about that one at all. Oh, it's a treasure room. Look at all those bugs and rodents. The reason why to dislike this war set, I get it. And whatever the mana... oh yeah. Yep. Literally siphon mana, yep. Look, it's a bee. Yeah, that's a rough one. And it's such a weird perspective from you guys. Ross, you're going sorcerer, right? And then Cogs on ranger. You had me with my 12 minions, because half the time my minions would just block the enemy from coming to me. So I don't have to worry about like half the mechanics because they gotta cut through my minions first, and they're not because they're not dying. So it's just very nice. It is very intimidating though, when you do have enemies that are out there in Path of Exile that will bypass your minions. Like they just completely ignore your minions, and that's kind of very scary. I started a new hardcore character. I think I have an idea of how to progress it now. Playing Ice until I unlock Flame Blast, and then swapping over to that. Yeah, mine is like Ember Fusillade from Act 1 to Act 2. And then I start going to my minion build Act 3, and then it basically kind of like adjusts from there. Like it goes into a reliance on snipers, and then once I get a little bit more spirit, then I start going to more reavers. Oh, once I get the clerics, I go to reavers. Because the clerics will bring back the reavers. So I kind of have two builds that I fly around with. So, and then therein lies. I'm very curious in the next patch stuff. You know, if I will adjust that build with anything that they adjust. Adding a spirit gem, you know, so on and so forth. Oh my god, I keep thinking that that's provoked for some reason. Double string. So I have to stay melee and just take the hits. How's your defense looking now, Cog? What are you looking at? Right now my energy shield is at 4,000. I have the ability to get it up to maybe about 6,000, but I need a specific thing. Freeze and minions best defense. I need to figure out a way to make freeze minions for ultimate safety. I just didn't like cold. I think I was just not doing it correctly. I think I was just not setting up the damage the way I wanted to my comfortable playstyle, but I wasn't even sure if like I even liked the playstyle to begin with, you know? To me, it just wasn't punchy enough. Haha, I made another pun. Okay. They're traumatic. There's some uniques that I came across that I'm like, oh damn, you kind of like this. Cog would kind of like these pieces if I saw them. I don't know if you've seen them or whatever, but there are a couple that seem like would be good for you. By the way, today's plan is 130. I like to park these at 130 nowadays, and then we do 131 to 200 on the next attempt, which will be next Monday. So bear that in mind. I still got about 21 floors with you guys. Also, I love this song. Would Necros should be better? Can't wait! Let's see what I can get. Can I get that chest? Probably not, because I'm lazy. Okay. Really? I got the cat too? Are you kidding me? It sounds like a cat. Oh. Beetle. This song is in like every Theorhythm game, and I enjoy playing through it every time. I love this song. This is like my one of my favorite Final Fantasy 13 songs, and it's a dungeon theme. This is a dungeon theme, Mr. Frog, and it's just by far one of the best dungeon themes I've ever heard. Really wants pets? I guess he does. Oh, boss time. Do. Early stream trying to break the watch streak. You know me, man. I'm just against the two of you. I'm just out for you two specifically, so. Good morning, Mr. Pin. I hope you're having a good day, good start of your day today. One thing you guys need to realize by choosing Monk, aside from it gonna be really annoying on the floors, Monk is one of the better jobs on bosses. In general. That I cannot deny at all. It is one of the, like, it has really, really good damage for sustained damage on bosses. But my issue with this fight will be more about, getting through the floors than anything. That's the challenge. I guess Godfather's gonna be a challenge. Alright. 110. We got 20 more to go. We'll do the ad here. Might be the last ad on stream. If I can get through the next bit in an hour, maybe I could. So, thank you guys for watching. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your presence. Thanks, you, Vula. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day. And I'll see you in a little bit. Ads going out. Enjoy some whatever ads you're gonna get. BRB. Alright, let's continue. I guess I'll start using food. Why not? Num 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 num. Num 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 num. Okay, that's good. Okay, what do we got? Got a toad. Got a chest somewhere that I can't find it. By the way, I don't think I picked up a single pot shard in that run, so rip me. Ooh, H. Why did I use? Oh, I used the rage on 99, I think. Huh. Oh, I forgot. Uh-oh. That's the problem. Oh, it's fine. I had my back turned. It's okay. No big deal. Not an EO frog. No. Not a low-level frog either. Eh. Let him. do the pudding now. Okay. Oh, exit is in the opposite direction of where I wasn't going. Still not out of here. I'm sure there'll be a pudding on the exit, I'm sure. That's probably what's gonna happen. I don't remember if I checked the chest. I think I did check the chest. Serenity? Fortune. Oh look, a pudding on the exit. Welcome back to the ads, guys. Thank you for your patience. I very much appreciate that. I don't know if that's a silver. So we will not open it right away. It is indeed a silver. Always gotta be careful. Sometimes the, see, that in that case, what becomes tricky there, what could catch someone who's new to Deep Dungeon off guard, on the map, you'll see chests that are there, right? Okay, there's a gold chest in that room. However, gold chests are the higher priority in terms of the map icon. So if there's a silver chest and a bronze chest in that middle room, you will not see it because the gold chest will take precedent. So in this case, because there was a gold chest here and that enemy dropped the chest, unless I could visually see it, the body would get out of the way. I couldn't assume that it was not a silver chest. So if I opened it right away, it exploded. GG. So always take those cautions, because those are some of the things that can end runs because you're just a little too fast, so you weren't thinking about it. There's little tiny micromanaging things that get involved with Deep Dungeon that you have to watch out for. If they just made it easier to tell the chests apart, it wouldn't be a problem. True, but one could argue that that is a part of the difficulty. Now, one could also argue that it's better quality of life to just have it fixed up like that. 100% true. But, you know, I guess just because it's something that we all have to deal with, you just kind of find ways to manage it, you know? That's part of the difficulty, so figure out a way to manage it. It's almost like you can kind of make the same argument with the safety in flights, where you don't really get an indication on the actual floor or the next floor if you had flighted it or if you had safetied it. And I don't know, I actually would lean here into having something visual, but I guess it does add to the mental difficulty that you have to remember that you used it, but I don't know. That one's a little bit more shaky for me. I think I would like to have there being like maybe a clear indicator that you safetied before, like a cool animation or whatnot. Also good to know for Pommy Potchers, gotta check all the rooms. Yep, gotta check all the rooms. Got slapped by a lion on the Gloom 78. Was not expect. Oh god, lion and griffin on Gloom are terrifying. I would actually say a lion's more terrifying than a griffin at this point because of how hard they hit. I hope it didn't end the run though. Did you have a raising up, Ramza? Yep, but it went downhill. Fang got me. Oh no! You know, hey Ramsa, since we're on the topic, no, very good. One little tiny detail that would be good to know since you're kind of fresh right now. So you know the Griffins do the Enrage, right? The Winds of Winter. If you get hit with Winds of Winter, the Griffin will haste itself because it's part of the mechanic. It's like it succeeded in hitting the mechanic, so it's going to get a buff. Now, why that's bad is because if for some reason you were to re-pull the Griffin, the Griffin's next ability would be Freefall, and Freefall will be hasted because they would still have the haste, and that's only if you pull it right away. And I have witnessed this myself. I think I've seen someone die to it. It's something that you definitely have to be careful of because you're like, okay, let me have this rematch. I want another go at it, and then you don't realize that it's hasted. And then it does its thing, and it's like really, really, really fast. Like, unless you were moving beforehand, you're getting hit by it, guaranteed. So something to note. I'd say that's a very niche situation, but still a situation nonetheless. Yeah. And I think the buff is like 30 seconds, so it's a respectable amount of time. Exit is that away. That's gonna aggro 100%. Yeah, I'll just fight it. It's fine. Come here, friendo. Yeah, it's dead. Oh, Rage. Oh, I should have fortune. Well, too late. We still had to get a lot of kills, though. Damn. Did you come from somewhere? You did. Oh. Big floor. Oops. Uh-oh, what have I done? You know what I've done? I didn't put a fortune on. Pisky! How often would you say runs become just unwinnable due to chess RNG? In Palace? Never. For me? Never. Heaven on High? You know. Heaven on High is one where I just cannot deny that RNG will be a factor, because it will be a factor. But in Palace, I don't think I've ever lost a run in a multitude of years because the chests didn't give me something. And now think of it this way, Titus. It isn't so like it's more a self-analysis of the run, okay? If you look at a run that I failed, you could argue that I failed because maybe I just didn't get this because I ran out of resources, therefore I didn't have enough chests. Okay, so you can technically say that it was chest RNG. But typically, under most circumstances when I look back on a run, on Palace of the Dead specifically, I will identify many mistakes that I did on the run, like I did a bad aggro, or I used something here that I shouldn't have, or I just mismanaged an enemy. Like, I will identify a lot of those as errors before I look at the fact that the game just didn't give me anything. I feel like, specifically with Palace, Palace feels a lot more balanced with the RNG of chests compared to the extreme of Heaven on High and a little bit of extreme in EO. Where Heaven on High I feel like is the worst defender, and EO is just a little bit better. I walked in with one steal, never used it, then died once my steal ran out. Potential skill issue, but still that felt robbed. That robbed about that. Actually Darabon had a run. Wasn't that his Black Mage run in his last one over the weekend when we raided into him? When he did not see a steal 191. Oh, I'm sorry, in 181. And he accidentally, but he would probably argue that if he did not use that steal, he would have been okay, but he used that steal forgetting the fact that he had not seen a steal the entire floor, and bricked the run because he didn't have a steal for 190. I had a situation on Ninja where I didn't see a steal in 181, and I think I walked in there with 2, and never saw another one. and I just had to just ride it without steel the entire time because I just wasn't sure if I was going to get one. So Astro, with which Ross brings up, I mean, Astro is a little bit of a different avenue, and it does ask you to have a lot more than just a typical run. So it is a fair point to say which job, and also look, you can look into Aurora Moon and check out his class runs, and maybe argue that certain times, you know, not having the right amount of chests and everything could really kill the run. But I would say on like a clear attempt, when you're talking about the popular jobs, I would say for the most part for me, it's been probably in forever that I would say the game wanted me to fail. But specifically chess RNG, not so much. Would you say PoTD or Heaven on High is harder? I beat Heaven on High in my second try following Finn's War Guide. But I'm like on my 6th attempt trying PoTD following all sorts of guides and information. Been trying mainly on Machinist PoTD. So like, one of the things that is a common characteristic of Palace of the Dead into why people think it's the harder one, and honestly why it's kind of seen as the more difficult one. Like I would say, under a multitude of reasons that people will look at Palace as being like, oh, that challenge, but they don't give that same attitude towards Heaven on High, for sure, and EO, for sure. And a lot of it has to do with Behemoth. A lot of it has to do with the fact that it's 200 floors, and you are talking about a true marathon. You know, there's a lot that starts to get in stake with the run. I mean, you know, depending on what time you have, Mr. Krog, you're talking about, I mean, you could tell me if you want to, but you don't have to. But I would say a normal average player, even a casual player, you're looking at an attempt to 1 to 200 being a 3 to 5 day adventure, depending on how much you break it up. I mean, think about that. You get 1 attempt per week. And if you fail it, I mean, you're talking about, okay, let's spend another week setting up Palace. I mean, that's a lot on the mental, let alone the actual execution of the run, you know, itself. Now, when you're talking about Heaven on High will probably take you a maximum 2 days. Maybe even if you have a lot of time, maybe you're doing it in 1 day. That feels a lot better. You could jam it out, 3 to 5 times a week, as opposed to Palace being 1 a week, you know what I mean? So there's a lot to that could also play into the role of like it being more difficult because you have to sustain that focus, that concentration for that long. I mean, I would technically argue that Heaven on High does have the harder enemies and does have more of the radical RNG that kicks into place there. But Palace certainly has its own difficulties as well. I mean, the amount of proximity enemies, the length of the content, the Behemoth. I mean, even I would say many people get stuck on Behemoth. And then once they finally kill Behemoth, it's finally, you know, they get the title. Stuff like that happens too, so. Hello on the internet stream, what's up, Thurin? PoTD has specific fail conditions that Heaven on High and EO does not have, yeah. Thanks for the explanation. I'm in a similar situation where I just started a couple weeks ago where I did not see a strength of steel in 181, so I was trying very frugal in my last ones. I tried to at least explore as many rooms as possible. I would reach as many chests as possible, but I didn't see any. Does someone have this link? Okay, I'm gonna ask chat. I want to explain a really funny story in relation to this, but let me finish reading chat and I'll talk about this. What's up? Yep, 191 to 190 are run-ins for me. Mobs just eat me alive and I can't find any palms. It usually happens. Palace doesn't have any unfair palms. That's why I think it's the most difficult. Godfather exists. That's my problem right now. That's fair. So if anyone wants to find this thing, and I actually really should make a command for this. Titus, your explanation there was one of the things I used to complain about. A long time ago, I think it's back in maybe 2017, when initially some of us were going for Necromancer for the first time, I literally wrote a post in the forums of Final Fantasy, in the Square Next forums, complaining about 181 to 190. I was saying, you know, the RNG is too bad. You know, the palms are like really hard to get over there. It's like the chance of getting Necromancer is so difficult already. Like, you should ease up on the RNG. I said all of these things because I was having such a hard time. I can't get out of 191 for like weeks, months, you know? And then zoom forward like 2 years later, the actual answer to me complaining literally was me just getting better. Because back when I was doing Deep Dungeon for the very first time, and granted, you know, the knowledge of Deep Dungeon was very scarce. We were still developing strategies. And like I couldn't go anywhere. Like I was just trying to figure it out blind, so it's tough, right? It gets frustrating. Like how, like I only got to 190 like once, and then I just could not get out of 181. Like I kept dying in the 181 set because my palms were absolute trash. Just over and over, I could barely even get to Godfather, and this was happening for months. And then when I got back to Palace, like 2 years later, after clearing Heaven on High, it took me 5 attempts on my return to Palace to get Necromancer, and I went 188, 189, 190, 190 clear. And all it came down to was just I got so much better at the content. That's it. Like, it went from being completely inconsistent from me complaining about chest into I can just make it to 190 no problem. With the knowledge that I have now possessed by clearing Heaven on High and having kind of that just overall experience, you know? So, I mean, granted, that's a lot of time, you know? It's like, hey, spend 2 years in the content, you'll eventually get there. I mean, that's why we kind of make the guide to kind of expedite that thought process, but I always try to throw out the suggestion that you kind of want, like, I understand that RNG is a factor in this content. It is. It really is. And so you don't want to completely say that it wasn't RNG. But with that being said, you have people that are coming in here, the veterans that are clearing constantly, 10 clears in a row, 20 clears in a row. And so it's almost like, in my eyes, you can't necessarily say it's an RNG game. That rather, what you want to look towards is something on the run that you could have done better. Maybe you did a bad pull that cost you a palm. Maybe you could have just pulled faster. Maybe you used just one extra palm that just wasn't something you should have used. You know, maybe you shouldn't have used it here, or you know, stuff like that. And when you try analyzing in that direction, I feel like that's really where you'll start progressing in this content. A lot faster than just being like, oh, the RNG sucked, let me just go back in and just try again. You know what I mean? Like, if you take, like, you know, yourself at 80% efficiency, and then just blame RNG, but then go back in 80% efficiency, I mean, you might get the same result. You might end up having the same exact result, as opposed to looking back, seeing a fix, and then going at 82% efficiency. You know what I mean? But, you know, I get it. It's just, when it comes with content like this, where RNG does become a factor, it's very easy to blame it. But then that's why Heaven on High exists, because you can justifiably blame RNG because Heaven on High is just weird like that. My first try Behemoth was crazy because I forgot to heal to max before starting the push. I died to the first meteor, but I had a raising and I got it my second try. Oh, you're not making that mistake ever again, Mr. Frog. The pain and agony of doing that mistake 13 hours into a run. Never. That will sit in your brain forever. You'll never, ever have that happen. It might happen, but the likelihood of happening again is probably very low. That's kind of the beauty of this content. Like, the learning process, I feel like, is so expedited. When you die to something in the high floors, it sits with you. It festers in your brain. And you're like, I don't want this to happen again. I gotta make sure this doesn't happen again. You might die to something else, but you're not gonna die to that thing. And you've learned, you've progged. By the way, do you recall if someone actually tested if ads do not count to the kill count? Yes, I have. I did do that one time. I personally did it. Now, I don't know if anyone else actually did it to, like, confirm the scoring. I remember one time I did the floor 20 boss, and I sat killing ads for, like, 10 minutes to see if my score would adjust, and like, it didn't even count any of the kills. So, yeah, I'm almost, like, 95% sure that the ads from bosses do not add to the kill count. 176 to 179, 186 to 189 are my bane of my Black Mage. The bosses mostly feel okay, minus when Godfather hits me for 2 crits, yeah. I actually had Scala. I don't know if you came back recently, maybe within the past 2 or 3 weeks, but I actually did a Black Mage run sometime in, like, the past month. It should be in the Twitch VOD. I think I posted it on YouTube as well, so if you need, like, another reference. I didn't clear, though. I died at 180 my first one, and then I think we died at, like, 197 or 198 on the other one, because I ran out of resources. But, in case you needed more references or something for Black Mage. Although, I think you're going blind, aren't you? Actually, that might be inappropriate. I think you're going kind of blind. Can you aggro? That makes total sense, to be honest. I appreciate the feedback a ton. I'm still newer to it, so I'm not too worried. I'm just glad I made it past behemoth so far. You know, it still kind of boggles my mind though, Titus. Titus, you know how long it took me to get Necromancer? It took me like 2.5 years. Granted, there were no information, no guides. We've had community members take 3, 4, 5 years to clear the content. So to hear within one sentence you say, I'm new, and I just got to pass Behemoth is awesome. It's like, it's really cool to see that, but also like wild, you know? And I hope you get to continue that progression and get that speedy clear. 90 is a yes. Like experiencing Godfather once, at least reduce some fear of how bad it could be. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. Completely fair. Yeah, I remember my first Godfather. I died within like the first like 3 GCDs, and then I died immediately after that again on my second attempt. It was just embarrassing, but oh well. What can you do? You got to take that lesson in. And that one lesson was massive for me because it's like, all right, we're gonna tighten up my defenses now, you know. I'm not out. Hey, Thurin, good night. Really interesting. I think I got my 200,000th kill achievement from the floor 20 boss in Heaven on High. The mods around the edge count as kills apparently, probably not score. Yeah, Disneyland China. For the scoreboard, they don't. But I imagine for like the overall killing of things in the game, it doesn't surprise me that it does count. But I think for the scoring, they probably did do some manipulation there that it doesn't count as a score. It is crazy how much information just completely flipping from the head. Yeah. And not to mention, even up till now, Titus, even though the content's been out, what, 9 years now? I think we are still progressively still getting better at doing the content, at explaining information better. I mean, even up to now, people are still kind of discovering things, and it's just wild. Wild to me. And that's what it's so cool about this content and the community itself. You still have people that they feel like, oh, this wasn't explored. Okay, let's take a look at it. Let me see if I can find something with it, you know? I heard that a mile away. The trap map for at least the last 54 is incredible to see to you. That must have taken so much time and effort. I gotta thank Mr. Darabon for that one. The amount of effort he took to just studying that. Yeah, it's. I actually wonder like how much time it took him to really get that down, but it certainly took a lot of time to get that down. And it's just straight information, you know, undeniable facts, and you just use it if you need to or not, you know. Yeah, I mean, getting the traps figured out via Darabon and Vaxerd, who also helped them out a lot, it's just... It definitely opens a lot of things. Like, it creates, actually, some pretty nice strategies. Good knowledge base, good strategies, takes away a lot of mystery. You know? That's cool stuff. This is still one of my favorite songs from DT, by the way. This song's great. What a great dungeon theme. Excited for the next deep dungeon? Oh yeah, you better believe it. Basically, just chill until it shows up, you know. This song and Paved with Solitude is so good. It's good stuff. Bygone Serenity. I feel like this song gets the epicness of an area just right. I feel like you can go a little too epic. That's actually how I felt with some of the 16 songs a little bit. Like it went a little too hard with the feeling of epic, or like even like I think like the third the third raid alliance in Endwalker. I thought that went a little too much with the epic part of it. I feel like this one has a good balance of epicness. No, that's my personal opinion. I still remember a quote I think that Uematsu had said recently, saying that he said something along the lines of like, when it comes to video game music, it should still stay to video game music, because I think there was definitely maybe some games out there that started to make it sound like it was like theatrical and that it was almost like a literal like movie type of vibe to it. But his thought process was like, no, you gotta stick it to it still being a game. Like, you could still make it epic for a game, but not necessarily start making it look like a movie. And I took that to heart when I was listening to, like, the Rebirth stuff. And it's like, yeah. I mean, there is definitely a lot of tracks there that are almost different than what I typically hear from, like, you know, current games out here now. Not all of them, but there was definitely a vibe difference that I definitely appreciated more. Good night, Caroline. Always a pleasure. I hope you have a wonderful night. And good luck on your Black Mage adventures as well. Yeah, actually, Caroline on YouTube is going through their Black Mage on Palace as well. Although they're kind of, you know, they're checking out bots and everything. They also have Clear and EO and Heaven on High and such. But Black Mages unite. Hey, Rory. You know, it's Monk. It's whatever. Chat picked this job. They had a choice between Samurai, Astro, and Monk. And for some reason, they picked Monk. So we're doing Monk. It's alright. I think I've come to this conclusion that this is Monk, so it's whatever at this point. I mean, I can complain all I want. This is the version of Monk that we're gonna have, so I'm not gonna play it all the time. I'll just deal with it. Fitting. Chat doesn't hate you enough to pick Astro, but they hate you enough to... Yeah, exactly. And I feel like it's like the guys that were here earlier, you know, they knew that I really, really dislike Monk. Like, I would say I would probably have a better time with Astro in terms of enjoyment than Monk. I mean, Astro would be harder, but I would actually have a good time. Monk, I would just have a bad time because I just don't really enjoy the job. Come on, dude. Leave me alone. I can't believe your chat wants you to suffer. Well, I mean, I gave them the option to make you suffer. They picked suffering level 1, not suffering level 2. And Samurai, I didn't think Samurai was gonna even be picked, but you know, I'm like, whatever, let's just toss Samurai out there. Maybe someone wants to see Samurai. I would have had a blast on Samurai. I like Samurai in here. Oh no, I missed a speedrun. Crap. It's over. Also, what is Caroline's YouTube channel name for Black Mage runs? Well, Caroline, I don't think streams. But it is Caroline Plouffe over here on YouTube. I don't think Caroline streamed. However, you know what's one thing that Caroline on YouTube has been mentioning that they wanted to do? So they've actually themselves have been kind of pulling a lot of people into the Deep Dungeon community from whatever, you know, friends that they have, FC members. She was actually thinking of doing a guide in French, because I guess that's her native language. So that's kind of cool. Like something along the lines of a guide for like the French speakers. I'm like, oh my god, that's badass. And I told her, like, okay, if I have a video that you can translate, we should work together. I don't have one yet, but if that ever comes down the line, I'm always keeping her in mind. I would have voted Samurai, but that would require me to remember you. Rory, one day. We'll get there one day. I believe. Oh, I keep thinking that's provoke. Why do I keep thinking that button's provoke? What is wrong with me? I guess I did tank 3 times in a row, so I guess that doesn't help, but... God. Miss Sheila! Oh, you caught me. Oh no. Don't make me lose my invaluable watch streak. Okay. Look, man, I'm on a strict schedule. Okay, I stick with my schedule. I don't change them, so that's on you guys. And I'll announce if I'm changing it. Otherwise, unless my connection goes bonkers, then I have no control over that. But we've been kind of okay there. But you almost did miss me. I'm going to 130 and we're at 120 already, so you almost missed me. That's the exit. Pretty busy this morning. Did you have your 7-minute meeting again? Speaking of SMT. No, that's not until... Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, time's different. Sorry. This is the earlier stream. It's like the one off time stream, so I'm like used to this like cadence of timing. It's only 8:30. Yeah, I got you. Ooh, steal. For the boss? Poggers. Stay away from me. God damn it, really? So, like, doing a little bit of work and a couple chores I need to do before work. Gotcha. I'm gonna get the Ochu, probably. Nope. Doing good! Had a good day today. You know, doing the stream. No complaints at all. Actually, watching you do Monkey Palace of Dead makes me want to do it. Hey, look, I have like this negative viewpoint of Monk, but we're certainly gonna give it the best look, you know, in terms of its capability of clearing the content. So that means like, oh, you know, I like Monk, and it's kind of fun to see it. Hey, by all means, please do it. I mean, look, I'll talk about the fact I don't like playing this job. I'll talk about the fact I liked it before. You know, I'm gonna be like a little whiny bitch about it. But when we're talking about is it capable of clearing? Oh, it's capable of clearing. It's great. It's great on bosses, let me tell you. Probably one of the better melee on bosses. So it's got its ups. It's just when you're talking about playstyle, this is where it's not great for me because I would rather play some other job. But I mean, that's just everyone. Everyone's gonna like and dislike a job. And there's nothing wrong with that. I need to learn how to play Monk. I'm so dumb. No, stop it, Sheila. Especially Monk. Everyone's gonna dislike that one. This thing is guarding this room. I hate you. I want the strength. Finn said it's wrong. You should tell him to stop backseating you. Maybe you were doing it right the whole time. I have to realize pressing 1 and Alt 1 in the burst window. Gotcha. Oh my god, this chest better be like something good, because they're guarding it with their life. A lust? Oh. I'll strength the boss. Okay, let's go. There's no hope for me clearing on it on Monk, but I do like to see how far I get. Hey, you know what? And the Mr. Prog, the experience that you'll get from it, I'm sure it'll be fun. And most importantly, it's the thing I always say about deep dungeon runs in general. I hope you're having fun, because really that's what it comes down to. If you're having fun with it, I mean, who cares how long it's gonna take? You know? I mean, we've seen so many people recently how, like, they got, you know, quote-unquote addicted to deep dungeon. And you're not getting addicted to deep dungeon simply because you want the title. You're doing it because the content is just actually fun. And so you want to retain that enjoyment. You want to retain the reason why you're even doing it in the first place. And so whatever that means to you, healer, astro, classes, blindfold, who cares? If you're having fun with it, then go for it, you know? Monk and Samurai. Are you gonna learn a standard Samurai burst, or are you gonna learn a Samurai rotation, or are you gonna learn like an ad hoc rotation? I should have waited. Oh. Ah, you'll figure it out. You still have Kaiten in your bars? I'm sure it'll come back next patch. Trust. Oh no! I'm out of jumps. No. I mean, if you go into PvP, don't they have Kaiten? So there you go. Eat my tornado kick. Alright. Alright, no ad. We have successfully set up my ads correctly that we don't need to do an ad, so we're gonna step into the last floor, last 10, let's go. Affluence. Bum, bum. And you named your first Labubu after Spleen. Didn't they already have names? You can do what you want. Okay, that's fair. Did you send those monstrosities yet, by the way? This week? Okay, sounds good. Oh, did I lose my combo? Rip. Wait, tomorrow, Thursday? Gotcha. I'll send one to TV2. Oh, nice! Does she like them? I can see her liking them. I can see you liking them. You little jerk. Oh, it's a fortune. Dada, Dudu, and Hehe Zizi. Awful names. I think I like Spleen better. Yeah, do. I like coming up with my own names. Ooh woo. Do I just routinely make fun of people's names? Routinely? Depends on the name. Messed up. Hey, look, if you have a, if it's respectable, it's fine. Okay. I think it's dumb. Pew, pew. Fortune. See? Okay. Yeah. Of the demoness household, that's right. Nope. We got Velvet on the piano again. Decided to start playing a song for us. Good. That went the way I wanted it to. Ah, yes, I did the wrong combo. Hold that for me. Yeah, so she did Angelus because she was watching me do Crisis Core. That is precisely where it came from. Witching, okay. Huh? The hell's walking? Oh, it's another turtle. I was so confused because I saw this turtle and I didn't see the other one. Didn't I hit? Okay. Fortune again, don't care. Yeah. It's fine, I'm used to it. No, you don't. I respect it. And me too. I respect it too. Ah, this song. While I'm getting paralyzed, I love this song. Hope anyone playing this game is enjoying this song because I freaking love this song. I'm having to explain Pin how I came up with it. I miss the days of you rating people and being like Angelus. Queen's Blood flashback. Oh, was it bad for you? It was great for me. I love Queen's Blood. I always wanted more of that. Every time, I wanted more of it. I mean, they did a very respectable amount in it, but I still wanted more. Hey, did you know it came out on PC, Chila? You realize it came out on PC? Yeah, but that doesn't matter. I have a PlayStation LMAO. I know. That's why I'm saying. You've had it ever since then. You still haven't beaten it, and then it came out on PC. That's what I'm pointing at. with multiplayer. Yeah, multiplayer. I love Queen's Blood. One of the reasons I'm gonna get back to Rebirth soon. Oh, you're gonna get... Okay, nice. I want to watch people play Rebirth really bad. I'm craving it so bad. I'm really holding back from playing it myself because I'm going to play it. It's just I'm waiting until it gets closer to like to the third part comes out. But I've been devouring any of the homies that are playing Rebirth because I just love that game. My responsibility is like I cannot shirk. I get a feast map. You cannot shirk? Well, that's why you have people in your raid party. They can shirk for you, right? Should I stream Rebirth? So, here's my suggestion. If you're gonna do it for the story, I think it's good. But if you're gonna do achievement hunt like me, I mean, you gotta make sure you block out some time because, I mean, it took me like 200 hours to get platinum. I think the story is perfectly fine though. I mean, you played OG 7 too, right? So you're not gonna... I mean, even if you get weird people, it's not gonna be that bad at all because you're really not gonna get spoiled. Like, there's not much that's going to be said that's going to be like, oh, why did you say this? Like, that's not really Rebirth, so... At least that you have, like, a little less to worry about. Yeah, so you're gonna be fine. Rebirth flat. I think it was 117 hours at my end. I spoiled that you wouldn't get spoiled. Well. Queen's Blood should be an entire game of its own with multiplayer. Bro. Ross, I've joked about this before, Ross. One, if I go to Vegas and I walk past like a Texas Hold'em thing and they start playing Queen's Blood, I gotta play it. And I don't even play Texas Hold'em. But man, if they get like IRL Queen's Blood in like a casino and they're just playing that song on repeat, you got me, dude. I'm playing that game. It's like, how can I just ignore this? I have to play this game. But they would print it like a TCG, and then it would like, and then it's like thousands of dollars to buy a Loveless card or whatever. Yeah, but I'd still play it. I've come to terms that if I die at PoE, I make leaderboard. If I make the leaderboard, I'm gonna screenshot and tip it to another game. Do it. Yeah, I should probably screenshot before it kicks me out of 1000 with that other character. That's what I should do. About to hop on a fishing boat. Wait, you get signal with fishing on the dock? Pretty hardcore. What are you fishing for, IRL? You want to corrupt peasant? Good luck. Hope you're doing good today. I'm doing fantastic today. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing equally as good. Tuna. It'll be a while till you get kicked off. There's so many dead. And that's a lot of people have to jump to you. Most on maintenance mode waiting for you. Well, we'll see. Like, I do wonder, Cog, how the build works out in terms of XP per hour, because that's the other thing that you have to think about. it's like, okay, with a partially maintenance mode people and like a chill time, I mean, you know, climbing up is not too bad at all. But you wonder what the kill speed of people will be when like everyone's active. Like, are you actually keeping up with them and stuff? Like, I'm curious about that. But I don't know if I would want to optimize for that craziness. Personally, but nice classic Deep Dungeon song once again. See, multiple rooms that way, and a possible dead end this way, with a very confused Wyver. Butchered! Alright. Still kind of just going at a very nice pace here. Again, our goal here is 130. Next week we do 131 to 200. That is the plan. Resolution. Exits here with a possible treasure room. No, everything's just shoved into the corner. Okay, that's fine. I can't believe you almost missed my stream. Yeah, wild. Real tragedy if you did that. Especially now that you can actually make it to stream, you know? I made it specifically to break the streak. Yeah, I'm against you too. That is just my my goal to streaming is to make sure that your streaks are broken. One of the funny things I've heard you say is when Patrol drops its wallet. I know that's a quote that people like when I say that, and I'll still say it because that's exactly what I think it is. Like, that's the visual that I see when a Patrol kind of like double back, you know, gotta go pick up that wallet. I do not have enough HP for that. Okay. I think I'll just sit on the box. Because we're like midway through the floor, maybe it falls off by the ball, so we'll just sit on the box now. Oh, blind? Ugh. Sight? Ah, yes, it removes blind, right? Exit is that away. Let's clear up the exit first, and then we'll check all the other rooms until we open it up. Oh, great. Ah. Justifies the fact that I didn't use a, purity here. Yo, what up, Aida? How you doing? Happy Monday. Clunk. Really? Okay. So that's more or less clear, so we should be fine. I'll just see if I can get the other chests. Here we go. Did I leave in rage in the last 4? I sure did! Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Gregory. It happens. I think I got distracted by that mimic and then I just left. I'm sure we'll make it up at some point. Happy Monday. Playing Withering Waves. Nice. Yeah, I did my daily. I'm still trying to farm for Carlotta. To get her echoes in order. But I'm pretty much back on maintenance mode for Woo Wall. Good eye, Gregory. No rages for 74 floors. If that happens, then I'm rescinding everything that I said earlier in the stream about RNG and chest RNG when I think Titus asked me about chest RNG. I rescinded all. Oh, nice steal. Whoops. Well, that's only if we don't see a rage in the next 74 floors, right? So. Really, I got both. Just did 50 to 200 run in a party for farming sacks, and the amount of rages we got was insane. Like, it was the most I've ever seen. We ended up getting 19 gold sacks as well, which is pretty insane. How many mounts did you get? So that's 19 times 4, right? So that's 72 sacks. How many mounts did you get? God damn it, these mimics. Only 2? Damn. Talk about a rough RNG there. Well, I would say, I've always put the mounts at 10%. So, I mean, that's about right. That's 10%. I guess that's on par. Oh, I missed. Feels bad. Gonna 100% get the effigy. Alright, don't miss tornado kick. Good. Ah, yes, I love Pox. It's my favorite. Exactly. Ah, yes, another fantastic Final Fantasy 13 song. Boom, boom. And safety, the best friend of a monk. Incoming Skatine. Ah, another flight. I'll do another affluence too. Okay, let's just check the chests before we go, and then we're off. There's lusts. 2 chests over here. The proximity enemy over on the right side. Safety and lusts. Boring. Let me check the other room. That shouldn't aggro. Another flight. Witching. Since I have it. Hey, there's the rage. See, you came back. No problem. Don't have to wait 74 floors to find out if I ever get one. Not a problem. And at the end of a floor, on a flighted floor on top of that, so... Optimized. Optimized pickup right there. Dang it, my money. You could have pulled for the next waifu Lexi, but instead, you lost the bet. Who is the next waifu for you, Lexi? Which gacha game has your sights on right now? I think I'm on recharge right now. I gotta just chill. I don't think I'm gonna pull anything for a while. No one catches my eye at the moment. Casterus and H&R and Zani. Oh, Zani. Oh, yeah. Zani is a good one. I'm gonna wait for the rerun of Carlotta. Which will happen in like 6 months. Or if I find some like really good support, that's about it. Who's Casterus? Does that come in like 3.1 or 3.2? Those are Jades. Yeah, I'm sitting at like 5,000 something, but it's okay. I'm gonna get the 50,000, the 500,000 Jades, so we'll be okay. I'm banking on the 500,000 to set me right, so we'll be good. No real worries about that one. Sights. Gotcha. I would love that for you if it happened. I'd have to stream Honkai again. So I can truly get the title streamer luck. That's what I gotta do. You just roll at everyone at that point. Would you E6 anyone to roll out? So realistically speaking, I would have to do math. So it already is a headache, honestly. But I'd have to see like what the hell I would like. What would it mathematically work out to like if I were to you know, maybe go E6 everyone? Like how much would that cost? And then I would still probably be like optimized in my decision making. Like I would only pull X amount, but 3,125 works. So if a guaranteed pity is what, 180? So that's what, a minimum of eyeballing 15 characters guaranteed E6. That's not including their thingy, their signature. So if you cut that in half, that's 17. That's 7 characters with their full signature and their E6. Really, a piss key on a flighted 4? I would still be picky. I might actually fill out some characters that I already have. Like I would love the E6 Rappa. She has become the biggest win for me for the pulls that I've done in current endgame content. Like I did not expect her to be this important in my team, and she is very important in my team. I was like, okay, she's gonna be pure fiction, and then nothing else, but no, she's been like literally carrying all of the endgame for me for the past couple of cycles. At worst, 201 Jades. But I gotta tell you. So, I don't know if anyone watched Squid Games. I won't talk about Squid Game 2, but maybe like a Squid Game 1 reference. And I was thinking about that with the raffle that they have now. You can get the guaranteed 100, or you can get the 50 and maybe get a big prize. And it made me think of like one of the things in Squid Games where like you're given a choice of like, you know, this thing that you could use right now, or this possibility that could be really good. And I've entered Squid Games because of my decision. That's just what it came down to. That's nice. Alright, let's see where we're gonna path. I guess that way. Path that way. We Gamba. So Lexi, are you telling me if you were in Squid Games, you would go all the way to the end? Is that what you're telling me? Look at this awful trap. If I hug this corner, even if I walk, I hit it. Oh, my pox were off. Sick. Dun, dun. Hoping for a strength or steel here. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Ah, there's the steel. That's good, we got the steel. Now let's hope for a strength. I don't need that. And that's the rage. I'll check the other room that I cleared and then off we go. The no sprint kind of sucks. I didn't realize there was no sprint. Either win big or dej. Damn. Lexi, the hardcore gamer for sure. Ross theory. Oh, that we got a rage on a sprint. Yeah, that's right. Ross theory. We really need Ross to come through for us for the community, to put together all of his theories into a YouTube video with a white scientific coat on while saying it. poking at like a chalkboard, being like, you know, when this happens. Every time, about 60% of the time. Had to come in here to get for the obligatory. Thanks. There's so much for the guides. Oh, the one. You got Necromancer 2 days ago! Welcome to the club. Let's go, gamer. Hell yeah, Erok. Which one did we do it on? Machinist, Pictomancer, Astro? I'm sure it was Astro, right? Maybe Astro. To the club, gamer. And I appreciate you coming in, saying that. Always love hearing those stories. Aw, thanks, Wallen. Yet another gamer in the club. Let's go. Corrupted Peasant on YouTube says congratulations. Does Mantra affect my potions? I don't think so. Mantra would affect Riddle of Earth. And maybe Bloodbath? They line up, so may as well use it though. Root on the title, hell yeah. It's a big win, Machinist. But I'll do Gunbreaker and Heaven on High next. I mean, oh, the OG! You know, I don't know if, like, you've looked up stuff, Erok, for, if you've looked up stuff for Heaven on High, you know, to see what's popular and whatever. And Warrior, to me, is the popular one nowadays, but Gunbreaker used to be the OG popular one. If people wanted a lone hero, it was always Gunbreaker. And honestly, you know, in the grand scheme of things, Gunbreaker is still fine, even though you lost the damage on the Gap Closer. Like, it's still a really good job in Heaven on High. It's just, you know, Warrior kind of just propelled itself because of raw intuition. That's really all it comes down to. But there was a reason Gunbreaker was good, and that reason has not changed one bit. So I hope you have a good time, and definitely come back at me if, you know, how everything goes. Yeah, it's true. What Love Lexi said, the new Super Bowl light, your landmines are gonna be so much better now. Yeah. That is 100% true. My current main anyway. Good. I love it. I actually love to see it. I love Dark Heaven on High. Ooh, woo. Yeah, Miss Sheila got Lone Hero and Dark Knight for Ren. And that's another job that I would say probably got a little quality of life as well in Heaven on High. Specifically. TBN should be pretty big in Heaven on High. Well, it's useful in Heaven on High, let me tell you. I was heavily disappointed about Dark Knight in Eureka Orthos. I distinctly remember taking my TBN and literally shoving it off my hotbar. Because it's just like, the chances of you ever using TBN in EO is just like non-existent, and I felt so angry. Because that was actually the one thing I thoroughly loved about Heaven on High with Dark Knight, was managing your TBN and like maximizing and optimizing it. That was so much fun. And to just throw that button out the window was just... it made me sad, honestly. I mean, yeah, could you do big pulls? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like, you could do big pulls and stuff, but like, just going like more the chill climb, the chill clear, it's like, why would I ever use this button? I knew it! Someone's gonna say it! Y'all missing a Paladin? I like okay, Paladin, Heaven on High, and EO is fun. I do like it. It got a lot better now than it did before, so that's one thing to... you know, one thing to say. So I actually do like Paladin. In Palace, it's a different story. Palace is like, you know, naked Paladin, essentially. Team, we made it. 131. That was our goal today, and we've hit the goal. A nice little 4.5-hour stream. Next Monday, this time slot, you're going to expect to see this monk go for the completed edition. So we'll go for the clear attempt next Monday. At the moment, we're still sticking to the Mondays on the 14th. I'm still addicted to Path of Exile, so if you want to see me play that, that is during the week. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Unless I die, because we did die on Saturday. And so I lost one of my characters, and I have one more character, so... We'll see. You might actually not see PoE anymore. It depends on how I feel. But at least as long as I'm alive, you're still gonna see it. So that's 9 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for more PoE. But next Monday, 3 p.m. Eastern, have the monk. If anyone out there is curious about Deep Dungeon Solo, you want to get your own titles, you want to talk about the runs, join our Discord. It is very friendly, it's very helpful. People in there just want other people to get the titles, so it's really, really nice in that department. And also, if you want to talk other games, you know, we were talking some Honkai, we're talking some Paths, so if you want to, discuss those games as well, we do that in that Discord as well. The YouTube channels are there, the Variety channel has all of my Variety games, and the main channel has all the Deep Dungeon guides. So if you want to see our recent Pictomancer guide that just got released, that is there, and a myriad of other videos and POVs and whatnot. We're going to start getting up the Gunbreaker and the Paladin, thanks to Aida. Those videos are there, I just got to post them up. So, you know, if you missed those runs, those will be on the YouTube channel eventually, so... You're gonna be lonely? Don't you have a husband and 2 dogs? You'll be fine. But thank you guys for watching. I hope to catch you next time, if not during the week, if not next week. Phaedra, Sheila, Pin, Wallen, Rula, Airrock the Necromancer, hell yeah, Wallen the Lone Hero, Miss Lexi, Mr. Omnios, everyone else over at YouTube, Corrupted President, Mr. Fog, thank you guys for watching. Let me find someone to drop you off to. Who do we say hello to? Who say hi to? Oh my gosh, there's one person that's still up, but I think they're gonna end soon. We could go visit the voice actor of Aerith, but she's just chatting, so... I went there once, it's great. Mr. Darabon is streaming now! Oh my god, he is a completely different scheduled man. We rated him last time. So, so if you guys want to watch Mr. Darabon, he's doing MSQ for Shadowbringer, so bear that in mind. But because we just raided him, I kind of don't want to go there just for now, but I do want to just say that he is there, and I'm probably going to hang there in a little bit. But let's go to the gamer that I shouted out earlier. She's doing some variety, but she is a lone hero necromancer kind of gal. And she is doing some Metroid Prime. She's been on her variety game retro arc. And she's a very good friend of ours, and I was telling Chad earlier, I was telling Zinc earlier that, you know, Zinc was really interested in Lunar 2 remix, and I'm like, D-Bonds is gonna do the freaking playthrough of that one, because that is her game. So, she's a good time, she's one of our wonderful friends in the community, and if you actually want to talk Deep Dungeon with her, she knows her Deep Dungeon, like I said, she's a lone hero necromancer, so she's good people. So say hi to her, keep her company for the night. I shall catch you guys later. Again, if you want to see more Final Fantasy XIV, Mr. Darabon's on, so check him out too. So